Oh, freedom, freedom, oh, freedom, freedom, oh, freedom over me, and before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave.
We are really delighted to have with us Professor Dr. Charles Benson, and you read about him in your packs here, and you know that he is from Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, a place where I got my first teaching job as a young instructor on the political science faculty at Southern way back when. So Southern has a special place in my heart, although it is in Louisiana. And the other thing you should know, and I don't think it's mentioned in your pack, I don't remember reading it, but Dr. Benson is a graduate of Jackson State University. He was in the History and Political Science department here years ago, and he's a native of Copiah County, Mississippi. Copiah County is the next county down the highway. It's the same county that Robert Johnson was born in. If any of you know anything about Robert Johnson, you know he was born just down the highway. So Charles doesn't sing the blues like Robert Johnson, but he's a great professor. According to Jeff Kolnick here, and I attest to it too, Charles Benson is a real gentleman. I mean, if you go to the dictionary and you look up the word gentleman, you will see a picture of Charles Benson, because he really is a gentleman. But you know, part of it is that he has been on the Baker Board of Aldermen, Baker City Council since 2001. So he's a bit of a politician. But when you're in a place that small, you don't necessarily have to be, you know, the kind of glad-handing politician that most people are if you were in Jackson. You know, I was on the Jackson City Council, so I had to turn it on occasionally. But it really wasn't like I wanted to be on all the time. But Charles is just a gentleman. So if you talk to him late this evening or early this morning, he's the same Charles Benson. You talk to me early in the morning and late in the evening, I'm a different Leslie Mackey, okay? But Charles is always on the case. And so we're delighted that he has come to be with us again. He was, in fact, the very first workshop we did for K-12 students and teachers here in Jackson. When we did our first workshop in '98, Charles was one of our presenters. So he was with us during the Harvard seminar, so most of us met Charles at Harvard. Of course, I met Charles prior to Harvard because of our Mississippi roots and our, you know, relationship between Southern and Jackson State. So I've known Charles for a number of years, so we go way back. But he is a delightful person. Charles is an example of what you can do at a small school or at HBCU, because, you know, generally faculty members at HBCUs don't publish a lot because we generally teach 4 classes, in some cases 5 classes if you want to make some extra money. And so you sacrifice your research because you have to teach, and then you serve on committees. If any of you are in political science and you do black politics, there was a guy by the name of Haynes Walton Jr., who was a political scientist. He recently passed, but he was at the University of Michigan, but he started out at Savannah State. And Haynes Walton Jr. was one of the most productive political scientists in America. And he taught all those classes at Savannah State. The librarian gave him a key to the library at Savannah State, so he could get in at any time of night, and he did. So the lights in the library, and Haynes Walton's office, 3 o'clock in the morning, Haynes Walton producing a book or 2, you know. And when he died a year ago at Michigan, he was still very, very productive, you know. But he started out at Savannah State. So it is possible to be productive at small institutions where you have the teaching load, but it takes a personal commitment to do that. So if you took a glance at Charles's resume, you know that he has been a productive scholar at Southern University. Now, Southern is not the typical small college, but he does have a fairly heavy teaching load. But he has been productive from day one. And he's a good role model for people who are concerned about research and publishing and at small schools. And some of you I know are at small schools. And he's been able to do it. So I really have admired that aspect of Charles's professional life, and he is active in professional organizations. As I pointed out, he's an elected official in Baker, Louisiana. He's done all of these things. And of course, he's, again, a proud graduate of Jackson State University. At the Harvard seminar, Charles is a family man, too, so Charles travels with his family, which is very good. At that time, he had a young son who is now 15 to 16 years old. Charles's lovely wife was with him. Maybe he left one of his boys at home, I think, but he had the youngest one with him. And the thing that we observed, some of us in the Harvard seminar, is that Charles's smart, bright, young, handsome son, every day at lunchtime, he would be walking around the Harvard yard with a different girl. And, you know, I wanted to ask Charles about this guy, but I'm sure he's going on to be really world famous, but people would ask Charles, where's your son today? And then around lunchtime, he would appear again with another girl on the Harvard yard, you know. So not only is Charles a great historian, but he produced bright young guys, men who have a way of attracting bright young women. And so it says something that you are really a sort of an all-around person, a Renaissance person, when you're that productive and have young men who can go to strange towns and just every day appear with another pretty young woman. So let me introduce to all of you our good friend of the Hale Institute and a prodigious scholar and just an all-around good guy. But now before he says I want everybody to just go around the room and just give Charles, you know, who you are, where you're from, some sense of, you know, where you're working and et cetera, and just do it in 30 seconds, you know, but it'd be good for him to get some sense of, we say you represent 14 different states, and Michelle didn't say how many different institutions, but a variety of institutions, et cetera, et cetera. It'd be good for Charles to have some feel, you know, for that. But after you do your introductions, the next voice you will hear, they would sing in my church, will be the voice of Professor Dr. Charles Benson. So let's start over here and let's go around the room. Okay.
College in Memphis, and I worked on white church during the Civil Rights Movement.
Hi, I'm Javette Ward. I'm at the University of Alaska Anchorage, but I am originally from Memphis and the Jackson area, and I'm an Americanist in literature, and I also focus on African American women's literature.
Good morning. My name is Marlon Moore. I'm from the University of North Carolina at Wilmington. I teach African American literature. My research area is mainly 20th century.
Derek Brooms, University of Louisville, teaching sociology, do research on how blacks are represented in museums, so particularly interested in narratives, multiple narratives of the civil rights movement.
Shepherd. I teach American literature and culture at Bowling Green State University in Northwest Ohio.
Erin Kemker. I teach history at Mississippi University for Women in Columbus, Mississippi. Mostly women's history is my research area.
I'm Tommy Upchurch. I teach history at East Georgia State College.
I'm Robert Tinkler. I teach American history, primarily 19th century, and Southern history at California State University in Chico.
Morning, Dr. Benson. My name is Deborah Lee. I'm from St. Cloud State University in St. Cloud, Minnesota. My background is in dance, but currently I do anti-racism organizing for our university and for the St. Cloud community.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Leonard. I teach history at Western Washington University in Valley, Washington.
Good morning. I'm Dewana Raw, and I'm at North Carolina A&T State University, Greensboro, North Carolina. I am in history and teacher education.
My name is Rondi Gaines. I'm a professor in the Department of Media Journalism and Film at Miami Ohio University.
Hi, I'm Colleen Bell. I'm here from Hamlin University in St. Paul, Minnesota. I teach in conflict studies, women's studies, and social justice studies, including one course about young people and women in the movement.
Tobin Miller-Shear from University of Montana in Missoula, and I teach African American history, focus my research on race and religion during the movement.
Hi, I'm Liz Levine. I'm a PhD student at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, working on a dissertation on HBCUs and the movement.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Buchanan, and I teach English education and writing studies at Western Illinois University in Home, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Joyce Scott, Hines Community College, Jackson Campus, Jackson, Mississippi. I teach sociology, marriage and family, African American, marriage and family, shall I? And participate with working on programs to help African American males graduate.
Good morning. I'm Katie Zuber, and I'm from the City of Albany in New York, and I'm a doctoral candidate there studying political science with a focus in public law.
Sarah Simons. I do teacher education and theater for social change at New York University.
I'm Nick Rubiansky. I'm at Georgia Bruin College in Lawrenceville, Georgia, and my field is history, specifically African American history, and my research was in people of color in Massachusetts.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am so impressed. I should be in one of those seats listening to either of you. Thank you so much for that generous introduction. If you remember nothing that he says about me, just remember you're looking at an immensely blessed green kid from the red hill of Mississippi. God has been good to me. Now, Leslie is a hero of mine. His reputation preceded him. And Jeffrey and Michelle have just been stars that I aspire to be like. I am just delighted to be here. He mentioned my youngest son. I'll be sure to tell Sean that you said hello and remember him. He's correct. We have 3 children. My lovely wife, Dolores, is with me. I always say something about her, how much I love her, and I started crying afterwards. She said, why do you say it? I said, well, I want you to know publicly how much I love you. But we have 3 children. My oldest daughter was off working when we came here, and my middle son was in school, and so we had the youngest son in tow. And he's married now, has 2 boys.
That is wonderful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
And all of my grandchildren have Vincent in their name. That might be a curse or it might be a blessing. Certainly my sons, 2 boys are Vincent, and my daughter, her husband has 1 son. His first name is Vincent. want them to know that the tradition continues, and my mother's maiden name is one of my grandsons' middle name, just like it's my youngest son's middle name. But thank you so much for the invite. Let me just say this, and I was with Juan last week, and she'll tell you how hectic my schedule is. I fly by the seat of my pants most times. We drove up last evening, I got in about 12:30. We had a kind of interesting city council meeting, and it's all good because, as Leslie knows, who is a hero of mine, when you can be a public servant, not a politician, you are doing God's work, especially when you can represent the voiceless, as did many of these elected officials during the country. So I'm blessed all the way around. Southern as well. We have your president down there. Said he wanted to throw a brick at me, but that's okay. But Jeff.
Can everybody hear? Does he need the microphone? Microphone would be good.
The mic? Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's on, huh? Very good. Let me say once again, you're looking at an immensely blessed green kid from the Red Hills of Mississippi, and Leslie was so kind with that introduction. If we go around once again, my time will be up, and I will have not bored you too much. But I'm always bragging about what these kinds of programs, and especially what they have done at the Fannie Lou Hamer Institute. We sat in 1997 in Abu Pond, all around Harvard, and they worked out the details, and they followed through with the meeting in November that my wife said, "You going to the meeting?" I said, "No, I'm just too tired." But they was able to consummate the deal and have just been gracious and outstanding in educating and passing the word along. They are my role models. I was so impressed with this and what they've done until I have a nonprofit institute that I try to do some similar things. I should have brought some flyers because we probably need to team up to do something so we can have a multi-state effort. And you're on hollow grounds here in Jackson, Mississippi. Those who are not from Mississippi, you're on hollow grounds. The struggle was just unbelievable, as you probably learn, and you learn more about as the seminar goes on. And this campus has expanded beyond anything I would have realized. I'm a graduate of Damascus Elementary School, Parish High School, Utica Junior College, Hines College, and Jackson State. It was those institutions that set the foundation for me to be able to go to an SEC school when you had no black athletes on the team. So that was some time ago. But it started here at Jackson State. And for black people in America, it really started struggling not to be placed on slave ships. And unfortunately, the struggle continues. I would have thought that by now we've made a great deal of progress in race relations. But we are crawfishing back so fast, it is astounding to me. It is really shocking to me when you find states now trying to reduce the right to vote and the access to the ballot. When we don't see the value of public education as opposed to building new prisons. It is very disheartening at times. And you're the ones who will take the message forward and try to continue to change society and make it better. Now, during the Civil War, and the Civil War, and I like what Darlene Clark Hines says, slavery caused the Civil War. She just says it right out. T. Harry Williams says, had slavery not existed, there would not have been a Civil War. That's kind of tiptoeing around. But she says, and I agree with her, slavery caused the Civil War. Both sides ended with no intention of changing the status of black Americans. The South tried to make the Confederacy a separate nation, and the North tried to maintain the Union. As Lincoln said in his reply to Horace Greeley, what I do is to save the Union. If I can save it by freeing all of the slaves, I'll do that. If I can save it by freeing none of the slaves, I'll do that. Everything I do is a contingency on the Union and keeping it together. The Civil War was a 48-month struggle, brutal struggle. It ripped the nation apart. At the end of the war, you had some 620 American deaths. Now, we know a little bit about the background, and you teach this in your classes, I know. Lincoln's election caused Southern states to succeed. In November 1860, his election, by February 1861, you had 6 states meeting in Montgomery, Alabama, setting up the Confederacy. And a student just asked me yesterday in my New South class, this young man was bewildered and frustrated because of what we had talked about in class concerning Reconstruction. And he said to me, he said, Dr. Benson, it seems to me to have Confederate flags still being flown on state capitol buildings, and then they moved it from the state capitol building, on the grounds, and to wave it as some banner of heritage, although it is the heritage of a number of individuals. And I understand how you embrace heritage. But it represents trying to tear this thing apart. I mean, call a spade a spade. Treason. That's what it represents. And being in Louisiana, I worked with many committees, and I've been in rooms where they have shown off their belt buckles, the sons of these, whose great-great-grandfather fought at Chancellorsville, and I'm not, and as I indicated, your heritage and your history, you embrace it, you understand it. It may not be correct. We all have some bad people in our families, in our ancestry. Yeah. We didn't come here, and often I ask my students, I say, how many of you guys have who've been in jail? I'll stick up my hand, you see. We have a slice of the American pie in all of our families, you see. So you still embrace that. You move forward, but when you are clearly trying to propose a cause and a movement and embracing it to the extent that some of these young people will embrace it in these meetings. I mean, they almost came to blows last year. I mean to tell you, they jumped up, was showing that belt and trying to out-Confederate one another. I thought they were going to come to blows, I just held my seat. I stayed in my seat. I'm not going to try to stop nothing. You know what I'm saying? I might be the cause of why they're fighting again. And speaking of that, and how race relations and how convoluted it is, I remember I was at a SEC school, and I was in the bathroom, and 2 of the young men, before I came to the bathroom, 2 of the opposing team members was in the bathroom, and they were about to fight one another. And I walked in the bathroom, and they turned all that venom on me. Well, I couldn't get that door open fast enough to get out of there. And it was amazing to me. This is back when I was in graduate school in the 60s, you know what I'm saying, at an SEC school. And, they kind of have a strong rivalry, with that. So in the Civil War, when it started, Lincoln called for 75,000 troops. Black men rejected. And it's interesting that blacks were soldiers in both the American Revolution and the War of 1812. In the Civil War, they was kind of outright rejected. You ever think about that? They was outright rejected. And blacks was very willing to participate in war. And it's going to be in the war that they began to realize how they could build communities, you see, and how they could gain an education. In the war, blacks, although rejected, continued to prepare themselves to be soldiers. Blacks in New York formed their own military company. They said, we are concerned in this fight, and our faith hangs upon its issues. We are aiding to secure our own liberty. And this is what the New York Anglo-African said. Black men in Boston drew up a resolution modeled on the Declaration of Independence. We are ready to stand by and defend our government as equals of its white defenders. Blacks in Philadelphia volunteered to infiltrate the South, to excite slaves to revolt, but were turned down in Washington, D.C. And a good book on this is James McPherson, The Negro Civil War. McPherson looks at lots of editorials and letters and speeches by blacks who felt a certain way. The subtitle of the book is How Blacks Felt and Acted During the Civil War. And we know Dr. McPherson at Princeton, in his Battle Cry of Freedom and all these other fine works, is a very judicial scholar. He mentioned Jacob Dodson, an employee of the United States Senate, wrote the Secretary of Stanton, and said, I desire to inform you of 300 reliable colored-free citizens of this city who desire to enter service for the defense of the city. The late historian Benjamin Quarles, Negro in the Civil War, another book that you should reference when you're talking about that, as well as his Negro in the Making of America. He mentions that Boston blacks at 12th Baptist Church pledged their lives and fortune to President Lincoln. Blacks in Cleveland, Detroit, Providence, Rhode Island, you see. McPherson tells of the Pittsburgh Hannibal Guards, blacks who got together, rallied to participate and help the Union cause. The Cincinnati Home Guard, they gave themselves names, you see. In New Orleans, you had the Native Guards, you see. And the best book on the black participation in the war in Louisiana, one of the best books, is by the late James Hollingsworth, who was here, and some of you are shaking your head. Jim was just a fabulous scholar. We lost him a few years back, but he has a book on the Native Guards of Louisiana, which talks about the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd regiments that fought at Port Hudson, which was before glory. You see, blacks had been tested under fire, and we get a lot of writings and movies. You saw the movie Glory. It has a great insight in many parts of it. But 12 miles north of Baton Rouge, there's Port Hudson, where blacks had to fight. Their white officers were drunk, and they didn't get the reinforcement and support from their other counterparts on the Union Army. They came across a back floor holding their guns over their heads so they wouldn't be wet, and they really served as counter fodder for the Confederates, which was in the fort shooting down upon them. But the papers all report that the flag never touched the ground. Now that means that if you go up and grab that flag, you're in the front of the group, you're certainly going to your death. You see. So blacks were very much willing. And those who enrolled in the Civil War took an opportunity to take advantage of education. And they used their money to send it back home to wives and loved ones, you see. or significant others. Some of the best letters on that is part of that Ira Berlin project up at the University of Maryland, you see. Excellent communications, excellent letters of how they were writing back home, trying to get their families connected, trying to claim their families, trying to get support for their families. And black soldiers in the Civil War received less than white soldiers, which caused a protest. A white private got $13, a black private got $10. And they objected to that, to the point that they refused to accept their salaries. Now, there were some blacks who joined the Confederacy. Now, they was forced in some instances, and those who came to see Benjamin Butler when he took over New Orleans in 1862, they indicated that they really did it, and they had no intention when the Confederate left the city, and they did not leave with the Confederacy. Okay? They did it to protect themselves. Now, I always make the argument, and I had a couple of colleagues, Art Bergeron has some good work on this, and Lawrence Hewitt. Art and Lawrence argues that they were very sympathetic to the Confederate cause. And there were probably some blacks who were sympathetic to the Confederate cause because there were free black persons, free persons of color, who were slave owners. And some of the largest groups were in Louisiana. In fact, the gentleman who became the state treasurer for Louisiana during Reconstruction, one of my favorite individuals, Antoine Dubuclet, was the richest man of his class in 1860. He was a slave owner who sent all of his children to France to be educated. And, but obviously, he must have been a master who was not brutal. But unlike Frederick Douglass, if you got a good master, if you got a bad master, you want a good master, if you got a good master, you want to be free. So I don't think that there was too many happy slaves on nobody's plantation. The Confederacy said blacks rejected in mass because it was wedded to the ideology of slavery and black subordination. Most southern states enacted restrictive and repressive legislation against the free blacks. During the war, the purpose was to keep them under constant surveillance and in conditions close resembling slavery. 6 states passed laws providing for impressment of the blacks into the Confederate labor battalions. And Pete Ripley has the best book that deals with Louisiana and blacks during the Civil War, how they were impressed into service, forced into service to build fortifications. And when you look at these earthworks, you know, that is, you've been to a battlefield, that is back-breaking labor. And I'm certain Dr. Washington told you all on yesterday, and I know that you've probably seen this African burial ground video. If you have not, look at that, because that comes about because of the cemetery that was found in New York, the African burial ground, and the bones was taken to Howard to be studied. When they looked at those bones, they was deteriorating, and they could see where the muscles had actually been torn from the bone because of the repetitive work. And they do that with a diagram. I hope many of you will look at that. And Edna Green, chair at Howard University History Department, completed that 500-page study on the African burial ground. And you go to New York, at the corner of Broadway, down near the river area there of New York, they have a nice national park. Have you been to that park there? You've been to? No? Thought a hand was going up. But they have someone in the back has been to that. It's the U.S. Park Service Visitor Center, where you have just a tremendous history of slavery in New York. You have barrel that you can push to show you how difficult it was when they would roll these barrels onto these boats. And right there in New York, near City Hall, less than 2 blocks from City Hall, was a black cemetery, Negro burial ground. And that shows you how prevalent slavery was throughout this country.
What's the name of that documentary?
Say what?
What's the name of that video?
It's entitled African Burial Ground. Is edited and narrated by Bill Curtis. It's a National Geographic production. Bill Curtis, the former anchor for ABC News, I believe. CBS. Okay, yes.
Ask a question about these Confederacy.
Okay.
You hear these rumors, I didn't hear much till I came down to the city, but they claim that there were black Confederate soldiers. And I've never seen any, I just want to confirm whether the Confederacy ever gave a black man a gray uniform and a gun.
Okay. Now that is what flies in the face of those who argue that there were so many of them. That's what I argued with Arthur and Lawrence, because keeping weapons away from blacks was object number 1 in terms of the South. You know what I'm saying? That's priority 1. Do not let them have a gun. Now, Edward Jordan over at Virginia, he's a librarian at the University of Virginia, he works in the library, tries to make that argument, but John Hope Franklin and Benjamin Quarles, doesn't place much stock in how military ready they were, you see. And Pete Ripley doesn't place much credence in the fact that they was marching in gray uniforms or whatever kind of uniforms with guns, you know. They were probably, the vast majority, doing the earthworks, building the ramps and the defense, you know. Impressed into service, yeah. Some, Darlene Clark Hines argued that why you had Confederate blacks where there was a fear of impressment, local patriotism, and hope of better treatment, but the South was not interested in better treatment for blacks. And those in New Orleans who joined, when they testified as to why they joined, they said they was fearful of their lives, and they just kind of did a show and tell, bamboozle them, so that they could keep some semblance of safety, you see. Maybe someone else. Yes, sir.
The Louisiana Native Guards that you're referring to were formed for free blacks in New Orleans. And then once, as you said, once Benjamin Butler and the Union arrived in April of 1862, they shifted allegiance to the Union. They didn't go fight for the Confederates. They were free blacks trying to sort of maintain their position in a changing world. And then the Confederates, my understanding, and someone can correct me, but my understanding is that the Confederate government didn't agree to the enrollment of troops until March of 1865.
64, 65.
A month before Lee surrendered. And they did not, that part of that enrollment of African American troops did not provide for the freeing of slaves if they enrolled. And in fact, it's unclear exactly how many were enrolled. Just a company, perhaps, in Richmond, but they were never given guns. So there was a textbook in Virginia that came out a few years ago that made the claim that Stonewall Jackson had like 3 brigades of black troops that rode with him.
That's the Jordan book I was mentioning. Yeah.
And that's totally false.
Yeah.
And the author of that book said, well, I read it on the internet. So anyway, but
this is a persistent rumor.
It's a persistent rumor, but
it just needs to be dispelled. And
it does.
Now, some of the best documents on that I know Art Bergeron has an article in Civil War history, probably in the 80s. And he finds about 6 or 7 in Louisiana that was supposedly in the Confederate units there in Louisiana. But my argument was that they probably was in the boondocks and didn't know what was going on anyway, and was probably told something totally false as to why they should join, or they may have been forced. Because, you know, when slave owners went north to colleges and universities like Brown and Yale, they did what? They brought their servants with them. You know, Brown is doing a study now of the areas where blacks may have lived while their masters or their masters' children were in school. Anybody familiar with that project? Yes. Anyone in here is familiar with it? Yes. Yeah. Because I know when Ruth Simmons became president at Brown, she was a Dillard graduate, formerly from Smith College. That was one of her projects. Okay. So we can give a nod to this and immediately dismiss it, as Jeffrey said.
But even if there were 6 or 7 or 10,
Yeah.
there were hundreds, more than 100,000.
That went the other way.
180.
Between 180 and 200,000. Yeah. And in fact, Louisiana had more black troops than any state in the Union. Yeah, on the Union side. On the Union side. And totally, we think between 180 to 200,000 blacks fought, with some 40,000 losing their lives. So if you took it 200,000 and 40,000, that's a high percentage of those who were soldiers who lost their lives.
But I think that, that it becomes very important not to get obscured in that. My husband's ancestor, Solomon Butcher, served in the 25th Regiment, who was trained at Camp William Penn, and the treatment that blacks received when they came down south, I think that's more of a beneficial discussion than how many blacks served in the Confederacy.
Okay.
And so what happens is when the 25th Regiment, I mean, they visited areas like Florida, and then in my home area, we're just down in Gulfport, Mississippi, off on Ship Island. We now know that there were some activity there among black soldiers. I think that story is getting obscured, and thank goodness in D.C. they now have a museum that's dedicated to the USCT, the United States Colored Troops. So what happens is that I think that's the story that we need to get out, because unfortunately, just like the civil rights history, when you look at military history and you look at the story of the American Civil War, in textbooks, you really get very rare mention of the USCT. And when they are mentioned, they always are discussed in the deficit model. What they didn't have, how they weren't treated correctly, and the like sort, not the way that when you sort of look at when the UC come to play, they did incredible things. We don't get that narrative yet, and I think that's the narrative we need to focus on.
Yeah, and Sable Arms does some of that Cornish book, and then Benjamin Quarles, the Negro in the Civil War, does a lot of that, as does James McPherson, the Negro Civil War. But you're exactly correct, and their treatment was just, in addition to the short, less than the other soldiers paid, that kind of treatment continued with black soldiers through World War I. And I know Dr. McLemore is probably familiar with Jacob Reddix, our union namesake, prior to this union down the street. That was the union for the student union. He served in World War I. I never knew this until I read his bio. He never mentioned that to us as students. He always said he gave his valedictory address. Jacob Reddix, who was my president while I was here. And in his memoirs, he talks about just what you said. At Petersburg, at Fort Lewis in Petersburg, these black soldiers who was fighting and being trained for World War I were in just unbearable conditions. He described how they were not allowed to be inside. They was kept outside in tents while it was raining and muddy. And then, too, as you know, when they returned home from World War I, some of them were lynched in their uniform. You see, and in World War II, and this is why this young man asked that question yesterday to me. I was mentioning the fact that in World War II, right outside Baton Rouge at Port Allen, which is across the river in West Baton Rouge Parish, there were German POWs. There were several, I guess, groups in Louisiana, German POWs. And the late Mr. Willis Reed was always upset over the fact that he was a soldier, a black man, and at the restaurants and on the buses, the German POWs were allowed to receive first-class treatment. They were allowed to sit on the front of the bus, and they could go in the restaurant and eat with the others, and the black soldiers had to go to the back and be served out of the window in their uniform, you see. And this is why I recommend it to you. We're reading one of Mr. Coates' article on why blacks are not excited about the Civil War. I think that was one of your readings, huh? No? You like my students? No? I read all this for nothing? but I know one of the articles about why blacks do not like the Civil War. You know, he talks about going from Baltimore as an 8-year-old kid to get them out of Baltimore where they had Air Jordans and to get them around a bunch of black furs, you know, trying to get these black kids inspiration and stuff. They went to Gettysburg. And then he talks about the absence of blacks at, just what you said, at parks, at battlefield, what they contributed, how valiantly they fought. Those at Port Hudson, it was reported they performed splendidly, you see. And this was the first time it was tested under tremendous fire. You see. You had several incidents before that. But this is where you had a large regiment of blacks tested under fire. And they never let the flag touch the ground, and the carnage was just off the chart because they served as cannon fodder, because the officers had been drinking all the night before, and it was supposed to be a concerted effort. But when you're part of and these were the white soldiers that were supposed to be part of the concerted effort, they kind of hung back. And when the black soldier rushed up from one angle, all the Confederate guns was kind of turned on them. And they still continued, just like they did at Fort Wagner under Robert Gould Shaw several months later. You know, they was willing to die. So Coates mentions that in his Why Do So Few Blacks Study the Civil War? He says, I love the way he phrases it at the end of this article. He says that it's important that we must become custodians of this history. We must tell this history. We must produce this history and research it, you see. And while I'm on Mr. Ta-Nehisi Coates, many of you have seen the current issue of the Atlantic magazine. I have been, I picked up a copy in the Atlanta airport on my way to Louisville. It was in your city. My good friend had told you that we was in your city for a week or so with the AP. And if you have not seen it, read it, because it's great food for thought. It's well argued, I think. One of my colleagues says that Mr. Coates doesn't use all the historians he should have. But the ones that he does use at Yale and Princeton and Harvard, you see, you can never go wrong with that because, as my colleagues will indicate and let you know, that while we was there in Boston, in Cambridge, at Harvard, it's just a rare stratified air. It's just unbelievable, just like what you all are experiencing here, the intensity of it. And I admire this, and I told Leslie this a few minutes ago, I just always talk about what this university and what he and Jeffrey and Michelle have been able to do. This is fabulous. They are duplicating what we experienced there. So blacks in the Civil War fought valiantly, heroically, and then as the war progressed, just what Jeffrey was saying, how blacks were embraced as soldiers, even by the Northern Army, was kind of a mixed reaction here, you see. Union officers, by and large, welcomed fugitives. Ben Butler at Fortress Monroe in May of 1861 started calling them contrabands. Lincoln hadn't authorized him to do that, so Lincoln did what? Almost kind of reprimanded him for that. And then Hunter, over in Missouri, had started trying to recruit slaves to put in the army, and Lincoln really reprimanded him. You see, he said, don't you do that. Erase that off the books. You don't mean that. The government refused. Blacks continued to ask to participate. Harriet Tubman, God's the head of Martha Lincoln, you know, in a very nice segment of what she says in McPherson's book, as well as Darlene Clark Hines' book, and in John O. Franklin's book. She talks about, she never gave up on Lincoln, is what they are saying. Although Douglas gave up on him early on, because Douglas was pushing the envelope, as we would say. I know you, in your Black History courses, get a chance to read Mr. Douglas, his speeches and his writings. Just unbelievably gifted. Intellect, editor, abolitionist, just whatever you wanted, Mr. Douglas. Even the president, when he met Frederick Douglass, knew who he was, you see. So blacks continued to ask to participate, wanted to participate. Lincoln and Congress finally passed the Confiscation Acts of August 61, seizing Confederate property that could be used in the war. General John Fremont freed all the slaves in Missouri that belonged to Confederates. Lincoln, I said Hunter is not the one I want to speak about right now, but John Fremont. Lincoln countermanded, reprimanded him for that. And Lincoln's fear was that the border states would join the Confederacy, Kentucky and Missouri. And I love what Lincoln said about Missouri. What did he say? I hope I got God on my side, but I must have Kentucky on my side. Because Kentucky was his home state, you see. Blacks were very much displeased with the slowness of the government of Lincoln's acceptance of blacks, other than Harriet Tubman. Douglas said to fight against slaveholders without fighting against slavery is but a half-hearted business and paralyzes the hands engaged in it. Fire must be met with water. War for the destruction of liberty must be met with war for the destruction of slavery, you see. General Hunter in 1861-62 freed slaves in South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Lincoln revoked Hunter's orders and reprimanded him. Nevertheless, thousands of blacks fled into Union forces as the Union Army approached. And these blacks, once again, begged to participate, ready to participate, and once they got a little salary, although it was less than their counterparts, they tried to consummate, establish, and solidify their families, you see. And this is one of the institutions that blacks were just totally behind getting achieved. John Blassingame talks about going into some county courthouses and just finding tons of marriage records. And the black legislators during Reconstruction tried to say if you have cohabited for a number of years, you would be recognized by law as husband and wife. So the family and the institution of the family was one that they, as soldiers, tried to solidify. Lincoln's position on freeing slaves was one of reluctance. He did not want to lose the border states, the slave-holding border states. And he talked about compensation and colonization. Compensation and colonization. In fact, he, I think, appropriated, what, about $500,000 to study where you could possibly ship them to. Because he felt that the wrongs that had been inflicted on the Africans and later the African Americans were such a grievous affair that there was no way that the two groups could live together in any kind of semblance of respect for one another. Compensation and colonization, that was rejected by blacks. And by the summer of 1862, Lincoln sees emancipation as the only effort, he's being pushed by Douglas, that can be really kind of accepted as he gets all of these communications. At a cabinet meeting in July 21st and 22nd of 1862, except for Postmaster Blair Montgomery, all of his cabinet supported emancipation. And William Sewell indicated, said, Mr. Lincoln, you don't want to do that, advised him to wait until they had a Union victory. Critics of delay like Douglas and Horace Greeley, and this is when Lincoln wrote what I mentioned earlier, my primary objective is to save the Union. If I could save the Union without freeing any slaves, I would do it. If I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. See? Black people rejected colonization. So he issued a preliminary emancipation proclamation. And this was in September the 22nd, as you know. And, please have your students to read the Emancipation Proclamation. I have my students to read it because it shows the areas that was not in rebellion that it did not apply to. And being from Louisiana, you know, most of South Louisiana did not come under the Emancipation Proclamation. You know, a number of parishes, Iberville, Port-au-Prince, Orleans, St. Bernard, all of the areas that the Union forces occupied. And the Union forces occupied New Orleans within a year of the war. The war starts in April of 61. By April of 1862, they have already captured New Orleans and gone all the way up to Mandeville, you see, up in northwest Louisiana. And so the Emancipation Proclamation did not apply to those parishes, did not apply to West Virginia, did not apply to the border states, did not apply to the counties in Georgia, and in Jones County, Mississippi, it succeeded from secession, didn't it? So it did not apply to Jones County, Mississippi, the Jones County people. Okay, interested in history.
They were making enslaved in those areas.
Say what?
Slavery survived in those areas.
That's right. Slavery survived, you see. And you know, our illustrious state of Mississippi did not ratify the 13 Amendment a few years back, you know. They didn't go with 26 states that ratified it. Give a shout out to Mississippi. Give a thumb down, Mississippi. A shout out and a thumb down. See your thumb down. Okay. Yes.
One of the things, though, because I do have my students to read the Emancipation Proclamation, but it goes back to the article that you just read about why people don't study the Civil War. And what I sort of teach my students is because war is supposed to be masculine, and masculine is supposed to be white male.
Okay.
So therefore, but my piece is that if you only focus on the fact that the emancipation, because my students now come in and they don't see it like John Hope Franklin saw it. He saw it, because I love this article that's on the Library of Congress's website that talks about an act of justice. It's like, when you talk about, you can talk about what it didn't free, but then it was also the document that authorized the USCT. So like, how do you teach it to your students? Because my students now have learned to dismiss the Emancipation Proclamation. And I'm saying, don't ever dismiss this document.
That's
So
right.
I'm wondering, like, how do you teach it? Because I think that a lot of professors and teachers teach it, whereas it didn't free anybody. But that's not the information said. And they dismiss the document, and then but then you have United States colored troops, and then you also have Lincoln telling black people that they can defend themselves if they come across any harm. So like, how do you balance that with, oh, it didn't free anybody, but then, I just see that there's such a disparity in teaching such a powerful document when black people at the time saw it as a powerful document. But now with our 21st century lenses, it's dismissed. So how do you balance that when you teach your students?
Let me take a shot at it before someone gets the real correct answer. One of the things that, in addition to authorizing those troops, it also was important because France and Great Britain would not have the Confederacy, which was, they was counting on France and Great Britain, which weakened the war effort on the part of the Confederacy. It weakened the war effort on the part of the Confederacy. That's one thing you should let them know. It weakened the Confederacy's ability to prosecute the war. It undermined slavery, although it's considered a paper title by some, because we're not listening to you anyway. It's kind of like this new health care thing. How do you like Obama? I hate it. What about the Affordable Care? I don't think. That's all right. Let's keep that. Let Obama get through it. It undermined slavery, and it caused France and Great Britain did not come to the aid of the Confederacy. So include those other things that it did, in addition to authorizing the colored troops, you see. Okay? So it weakens this effort to try to keep slavery in place. They don't buy that either. Huh? These are smart kids you have there. They're going to be the next historians. That's good. That's good. Now someone else may want to indicate how they talk about it's important. Yes.
It needs to be both.
I agree that's an important point because it happens in my classes too. And one of the things that I do, and I think this is really important, is I always remind students that there was an anti-slavery movement. And when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, it was momentous for them because they knew that that was the death knell of slavery. And understanding that it was only half a loaf. But once Lincoln made that decision, once he signed that, there was no going back. The abolitionists knew that. They celebrated all over the North. All over the North. They waited for it to come in on the telegraph. They were in churches and halls waiting for the news to come that he had signed it. And then there was jubilation. So it was momentous as far as they were concerned. It was also momentous as far as Lincoln was concerned. Because once he made that decision, then he got the movie on Lincoln got a lot of things wrong. But there's one thing that it got right, and that was that once he made that decision, with the Emancipation Proclamation, then he wanted an amendment to make it real. So, it's a watered-down document, as is being pointed out. It's very true, as Dr. Benson is saying. And the other thing that we know, is, of course, about it is that aside from not really freeing slaves, it really wanted black troops. I mean, this was the impetus behind it. So, and that's why it's so important to actually have the students read it.
Yes.
And see what it says.
If I could think about it as a rhetorician, it was very powerfully rhetorical, but also the impact of it legally from the federal mandate. And a good parallel for them might be the passage of the Civil Rights Act. While on one hand we have the passage and things change, and so the reason like they can actually come and be in your class or my class, the reason why we're here is because of the passage of the Civil Rights Act. While on one hand we know we have de jure and de facto segregation. We also understand that without the passage of those particular types of legislation, we wouldn't really have anything to fall back on for follow-up.
I found the work of James Oakes in his new book, Freedom National,
Yes.
also very helpful for contextualizing it.
I second that. It's a great book that makes the point that Republicans, white Republicans, from the get-go, were pushing for abolition. Not necessarily Lincoln, but there were elements within the Republican Party that were pushing that. And another point that the book makes is that even in these areas that were not affected, that were specifically exempted from the Emancipation Proclamation, like areas in Louisiana, those areas were occupied by Union troops. And slavery was basically dying there because slaves were running away to Union troops in those areas. And so Lincoln was being very careful in how he framed the document to make sure that it accorded with all constitutional rules. And in those areas he exempted that were occupied by Union troops, he didn't have to say slavery was dead there. Slavery was dying because of the actions of African Americans to leave their masters.
Exactly.
In places.
Very good. And I know most of you are familiar, all of you are familiar with John Hope Franklin's Emancipation Proclamation, a book that was done in 1963, and he talks about how Lincoln would go down to the telegraph office and leave this sheet of paper in the drawer and come back and write 2 more sentences, and no one knew he was down there, and had a little secret highway. Any of you familiar with that book? Came out in 63 at the centennial of the Emancipation Proclamation. Very thin little book, kind of like those Fleming lectures at LSU, very thin little 3-chapter talks. But that's another great source on step by step, I mean minute by minute almost, how he came to write that. It's unbelievable. But
could we maybe take a quick break now? That's 10:20.
That'll be great.
We can come back at 10:30.
That'll be good.
We can hold that point and we would see.
Excellent.
Oh, okay, good. A real, yeah, audience. We'll be coming back at 10:30, folks. And it's 10:20 right now. It's probably 9 o'clock. Okay.
We had all the candidates. Don't even look at the candidates. They'll be bouncing off the wall. Okay. The Emancipation Proclamation. Some of you all might be familiar with a celebration called Juneteenth. How many of you are familiar with Juneteenth? Oh, everybody. Great. Because it's a celebration started in East Texas, and certainly in June 19th. That's why every time we approach that day in this month, I pause to reminisce. A gentleman named Gordon supposedly read the Emancipation Proclamation. Back in 1976, I'm going to digress just a few minutes, we tried to bring that celebration to Baton Rouge. See, Baton Rouge is not in that area, where it is celebrated. It's more up in North Louisiana and also East Texas. So this was during the term of Governor Edwin Edwards. Some of you may remember him from being a four-term governor. He's back running for Congress right now in the 6th District. And so there was a number of community projects. There was a community advancement program that led by a gentleman who's now a pastor, Brother Lee Wesley now. But we tried to bring that historian from the campus, myself, and these community activists, and we tried to have a celebration of that in Baton Rouge. Now, the day that the parade and every church was supposed to ring their bell of freedom, jubilation, as Dr. Washington indicated, the great joy that blacks felt, and was just anxious to hear about the Emancipation Proclamation. In fact, our little booklet was entitled, Ring the Bell of Freedom. And all the black churches were supposed to ring the bell at 12 noon. Then we had the big parade through much of Baton Rouge, would end up at Memorial Stadium. And it rained like the dickens on that day, but we still had a semblance there. Carried that out. The mayor of the city was a gentleman named Mr. Walter Dumas. Not Walter Dumas, Woody Dumas. And Woody was on stage. Our speaker was Tom Todd. Called him T&T Todd. Tom is a lawyer, graduate of Southern, great friend of Jesse Jackson, magnificent speaker. And this was just after the Soweto incident had occurred. And Tom was not one to back down and was really a civil rights activist and lawyer and lived in Chicago so he could come down south and read the riot act to us and to them and go back to Chicago. But he was just waxing away about the Soweto. And the mayor was sitting on stage and all these black people there. He didn't have any police with him or anything. With his head down, just twiddling his thumb, said, what have my administrative assistant got me into? And he was so uncomfortable, but we were just excited to have the celebration there, and it has continued since 1976 on a smaller scale. But my point was this, one of the things that came out of that was the fact that we was able to get a bust of PBS Pinchback in the state capitol. This was the black man who was governor for 40-some days in Louisiana during Reconstruction. And if you come to Louisiana, go to the state capitol, walk up the steps, it's the tallest state capitol in the country, there in Baton Rouge, built by Huey Long, and you go to your left to the Senate chambers, you'll see this bust of this black man who was governor for 43 days. So the impact of the Emancipation Proclamation, the Juneteenth celebration is still very big in Houston, Texas, and the Texas area. They have, I remember Parliament, Punkadelic was there, a big, you remember that? Mothership Landing, that's right. So it's a big celebration. And you know, the 4th of July was for the whites, and this is our 4th of July, you know what I'm saying? So the Emancipation Proclamation is significant, very important. And its impact is still being felt, and certainly we should study it, read it, embrace it. So black men continue to fight for the Union, even with more vigor after the Emancipation Proclamation, I would think. The wars, you know, was a stalemate. Black regiments, the 1st South Carolina volunteers, and then you had the 2nd Confiscation Act and the Militia Act of 1862, the Native Guards. So blacks continue to volunteer, continue to be enrolled, continue to want to fight, did fight, were successful in many of the battles that they fought. The 54th Massachusetts Regiment of Free Persons of Color, established in January of 1863. The governor appointed Robert Gould Shaw. And this great discrimination that they confronted that we have already discussed. to the point that they kind of refused their salaries and they had back pay, but they kind of tricked them in terms of paying the back pay. They looked at when you had enrolled and what your status may have been, you see. So black men were in combat, a number of battles. They fought beginning in October of 1862 in Kansas, in July of 63 at Honey Springs in Oklahoma, in New Orleans, in Port Hudson, Fort Wagner, at the Crater, and just throughout many parts of the Civil War. As you can imagine, what we talked about earlier this morning, what was the reaction of blacks, of white Confederates to black soldiers? You see, they executed a number of those black soldiers that was captured at Milton Bend. Abuse and murder of black troops was kind of the norm in many areas where blacks were captured. And the Fort Pillow Massacre, April of 1864 in Tennessee, where Nathan B. Forrest, Old Forrest, slaughtered black troops, and although they had surrendered. Blacks served in the Navy in the Civil War. They were liberators, they were spies, they were guards and guides. And there are many whose historic contribution receives more credit than others. Robert Small captured the Planter ship, you see. Black troops and spies helped the Union troops in Richmond escape. John Henry helped Sheridan in the Shenandoah Valley. So blacks were an intricate, vital part of the North winning the war. James McPherson said that they may not have won the war at all had it not been for the black troops and what they brought. Frederick Douglass lost a son in the Civil War. And their reception was difficult even in the North in terms of the knowledge that they had enrolled and were serving in the military. New York City had a draft ride, as you know. John Blassingame book on New Orleans talks about how when the Union Army entered the South Louisiana area, how they just flocked to New Orleans. And this occurred throughout the country. They protested with their feet by running and walking to these Union lines. And you know how we get the expression hooker. T. Harry Williams, the great historian at LSU, used to love to talk about hooker women. They got their names from General Joe Hooker because these ladies would follow him. And they would do, they'd be washing and doing various things, and that's how we get the expression hooker from that. Now, not that there was any nefarious things going on, but because they were women that helped his war effort. We get the expression sideburn from Ambrose T. Burnside, who got slaughtered at Fredericksburg, trying to get those, that bridge built across that river when Lee pounced on him. There was imprisonment of blacks by Confederates. We mentioned that. Pete Ripley's book on Louisiana tells of that effort. When Confederates entered areas of the South and the North, when Lee went to Gettysburg to try to change the trajectory of the war by going on the offensive, one of your articles, the article by Coates, talks about the fact that in Pennsylvania, he tried to what? Enslave black people, his soldiers, you see. And so they took their views with them even when they went to the north. Luckily and thankfully, because of the Union's Army great resources, its more capital, miles of railroads, troops, when they began to wage a war against the South in any and every way they could, by destroying their resources, tearing up their railroads, blowing up their buildings, destroying, polluting their water, doing everything they could to bring the South to its knees. This is why the war was so destructive and brutal, because Sherman's march to the sea involved not taking any provision with you the first time an army had tried that. And what you did in mass numbers, you forged as you went along. And Joe Gray Taylor's book on Louisiana Reconstruction talks about the fact that you can look at the destruction when you realize that when the Union Army entered certain areas, they killed the hogs, the cows, the dogs, the chickens, and everything. And if you know where a plantation existed now, and you want to go treasure hunting, the planters would hide their jewelry where? They would go and hide it in the chicken coop, because it would be easy to dig the ground because of the chicken poo-poo, and hide their jewelry and possessions. Because when these soldiers entered these plantation homes, they would be leaving with chairs and dishes and wine and whiskey and all kinds of stuff. You know, he called Spoon Butler. In New Orleans, supposedly they had taken some spoons and he was stood up and they fell out of his pockets. But it was a war to bring the South to its knees. Grant, Ulysses S. Grant, was masterful when he devised his strategy of sending Phil Sheridan through the Shenandoah Valley and lay waste to it, and sent Sherman across Georgia to wreak havoc and destruction until even if a crow flew that way, he would have to take his own provisions almost when he finished. In January of 1865, the 13th Amendment was ratified by 27 states, you see. The war ends in April of 1865. And as a result of the war ending, we have the freedom of the slaves. And also, you have blacks continuing to try to build the institutions that James Anderson tells us started under slavery. And in James' book on the education of the Negro, he talks about former slaves starting these institutions, educational institutions, as well as strengthening the families during slavery as best they could. Former slaves, James says, were the first to depart from the planters' ideology of education. They campaigned for state support for public education. They sought and formed from the Freedmen's Bureau, Republican politicians, missionaries, and Union Army. They tried to establish educational institutions. Every source available to them, they reached for it and tried to make it be a part of their family and educational institution building. In the post-war South, there was great hostility to the idea of universal public education. But blacks continued to gain power and push for education. In Louisiana, the push was really unusual. It really was unusual, as throughout the South in these state legislatures. And it's so ironic to me, as one who has lived through a great portion of the civil rights movement, had an opportunity on this campus at this Masonic Hall to actually with my stronger eyes at that time, see Dr. King attend a rally down there with him. I know Dr. McLemore was just right in there with Fannie Lou Hamer. And to see at this point in the history of this country, education not being supported to the extent it should be by all of us, it is very disheartening. It's hurtful. But these slaves, just as they did when they were soldiers, took advantage of every opportunity to gain an education. In one of the camps, one of the former slaves who became a very prominent politician, Henry Demas of St. John the Baptist Parish, who we'll talk about this afternoon, served for a number of years in the Louisiana legislature. He was a slave who had escaped to the Union line, and when he was not drilled and they sat at the campfire to learn how to read and write, they were very disciplined with that. And all of these schools that were proposed and pushed by O.O. Howard and the Freedmen Bureau just had a massive effort in that direction. The slaves, as did the soldiers, they held literate blacks in high esteem. Slaves saw the rejections of black education as a sin. Booker T. Washington says it was like a whole race trying to go to school. So the educational institutions were institutions that they tried to build alongside the institution of the family. They wanted to keep their own institutions in their hands. You see, self-help and self-determination underlie the ex-slave educational movement, according to Dr. Anderson. You see. And he talks about John Alvord, who in 1865 was appointed General Inspector of Schools for the Freedmen Bureau. And in July of 1865, he had already appointed superintendents of schools. He traveled throughout the South. He saw black teachers who had come from the North, blacks who had a little bit more education than other blacks trying to establish schools. He called these schools, and they called these schools native schools, founded and maintained by blacks themselves. Native schools, you see. Albert says that some 500 native schools existed in the South. And before the benevolent societies entered in 1862, before the emancipation, slaves and free persons of color had made plans for educational and systematic instructions of their illiterate. Reach one, teach one really started at that point. First school opened in Fortress Monroe in 1861. Other areas in Savannah, New Orleans, Alexandria, Virginia, Sumter, South Carolina, Marion, South Carolina, Darlington, Somerville, Florence, just throughout the South. Louisiana had small private schools as early as 1860 and before then, you see. Nathan P. Banks had a thorough plan. He had a board of education established in 1864. He became the general there in New Orleans. And they operated some 91 schools with some 9,571 children and 2,000 adults. So schools and education was the other institution that they tried to build. I often would tell my students that if I would have been teaching then, I would have had to stand on the edge of this podium because there would have been students all under these desks, on top of it, sitting on those desks, around the wall, hanging from those light poles, trying to learn the forbidden alphabet. Because they understood as Lincoln did, and I understood after my experience in the Masters Elementary School, in Parish High, and Utica, and Jackson State, and my SEC, LSU, that education can transform your life. And I just remember what Douglas' mistress said when she was teaching Douglas and the master came in, and what did he say? You stop that. If you train him to read and write, you will never control him, you see. And you know that I didn't never control me, and I want to get out of that field. I didn't want to have that mule controlling me because, you know, sometimes you don't plow that line. I know Les know a little bit about that. He was raised in the urban area. Jeffrey don't know anything. And Michelle, they don't know anything about outside work. They go outside and they be fainting, running to their cars. But I know that if you can't control that mule and that plow, that mule will drag you through that field. So I knew I needed an education to be able to control what was going on in my life, you see. And I tell my students, not only did I try to read as many books as I can get my hands on, I tried to even write some and dedicate them to my parents, who were just awesome parents, you see. So education was greatly received and sought after by blacks. Louisiana Organized Education Association, the Louisiana Education Relief Association, in June of 1866, they disseminated the principles of education, helped lease or buy such school property as was necessary. J. Willard Maynard, who became a politician, was Secretary of Louisiana Education Relief Association. In Louisiana in 1867, you had some 65 private schools. In New Orleans, some 2,900 enrolled students. The Bureau maintained, the Freedmen Bureau maintained in Louisiana some 56 schools with 2,572 students, 2,527 students, not 72, 27 students. Thus, free schooling in Louisiana as a result of ex-slaves' collective effort. You see, in Georgia, you had the Afro-American leaders in 1864 met with Secretary Stanton and General Sherman, and they urged schools. And you know a little bit about that Port Royal experiment. Willie Rose has told us about that Port Royal experiment where the federal government took land and dedicated it to schools. By 1865, in Georgia, black leaders formed the Georgia Education Association to supervise educational school policies and raise funds, you see. There was a united effort of all groups. The association operated and sustained 2/3 of the schools, you see. Ex-slaves had what they call Sabbath schools. In addition to the native schools, you had the Sabbath schools, according to James Anderson. And these were church-sponsored schools. Church-sponsored schools. Basically, weekends or evenings provided the basics of literacy instructions. And some whites, but ex-slaves, dominated some of these schools, you see. By 1869, Albert, who was superintendent of all education agents, reported that he had 1,512 Sabbath schools, 6,146 teachers, 107,109 pupils. So you have just a proliferation of schools, Sabbath schools, native schools being established in the South, you see. By 1868, the AME Church had some 40,000 pupils in Sabbath schools. By 1885, the AME reported having 200,000 students in these schools. Self-reliance was the main reason for this emphasis on education. And just as Douglas knew so well that once you had learned those forbidden alphabets, and Frederick Douglass did all that he could to educate himself. And you know, there's just tons of individuals of all ethnicity that have tried to self-educate themselves. But the African American has been right in that mix of trying to self-educate himself and herself, themselves. Punishment for learning to read was something that they endured. See, I remember reading in one source somewhere where the planners would whip you for opening a book. You see, whip you for opening a book. And I tell my students, some of you almost have to whip to make you open the book. Because this Twitter and this tweeting is just really off the charts. You know, they come to class, they step in the head. I said, son, you might be listening to the Gettysburg Address, but it just doesn't look like you. I can't get what you're listening to. You might be listening to the I Have a Dream speech. I don't know. You might be listening. Carter 3 by Lil Wayne. So take it out of your head. You just never know. It's kind of like wearing hats in class. When I first started teaching, I said, don't wear a hat in class. You teach it, you know. Students didn't believe me, so I said, let me do something different. We're all about the same age almost. And I said, take your hats off. And then I after the civil rights movement and Black Power, I stopped letting them take their hats off. And Dean Martin Hardy at Southern University, we was having lunch one. He said, Doc, you let them put their hat on? I said, yeah, Dean. He said, don't let them wear their hat. Stop it. Don't let them wear their hat in class. In fact, I just know that our students have such a difficult time sometimes getting a job, all of our students. And I tell them that you'll graduate, do well in this class, but I can't guarantee that you'll get a job. It's left up to you to prepare yourselves, your skills, to the best of your analytical, writing, reading, and critical thinking skills, to find a job, you see. So they come in class with their hats on the first day. I tell them, it's okay, because you may not have, Leslie would have a pick, you know, you may not have brought your pick with you. I have a pick with a fist on it. I have an open, you know, I was afraid you couldn't buy that. My son went, I said, don't let me keep that, it might be worth something. He went online, oh, you can get them anywhere. So I let them wear it the first day, just in case they don't have their picks. And then I said, now, the next time you wear it, I have a signal. If I look at you and do this, you know, I said, have you ever played baseball? And I said, you know, baseball, if the coach does it, that means take the pitch. If he does this, that means bunt, you know what I mean? He pull his ear or something, that means hit and run or something. So I have a signal for them. I said, I look at you and do that. That means take your hat off, you see. And so since I had it so prolific with the young men, I said, well, now I need to come up with something for the young ladies. So I was in Baltimore. I said, young men, you cannot wear your hats in my class. I will not accept your papers, your pants, society. You know what I'm saying? This is my little space. Thank you. I'm just old school, just forgive an old man for being set in his ways. And then I told the young ladies, you can't wear rollers in your hair, so I could get them both with something to do that would be fair, and it wouldn't look like I was picking on them. But this embracing of education was just outstanding. It was just outstanding. And many of these post-Civil War leaders learned to read during slavery. You see, Frederick Douglass, Henry McNeill Turner, Bishop Isaac Lane, P.D.S. Pinchback, Lucy Laney, just a ton of them learned how to read during slavery, which was against the law, and many of them learned as soldiers around the campfires. The forbidden alphabet. Literacy was needed to keep them from bad labor contracts, you see. That was the other thing they was afraid of, the bad labor contract. It was a safeguard against fraud and manipulation. Expression of freedom, especially free school system. That was an expression of freedom. See? percentage of blacks attending was very impressive, according to Dr. Anderson. He says New York average attendance was 43%, whereas Memphis was 72%, and Virginia 82%. The entire South in 1870, about 1/4 of the school-age ex-slaves attended public schools, you see. And one of the things that was really shocking, and I know all of you have had a chance to look at the census, and thank God that we have all this internet. You know, what it would take me 6 months to do, you can do in 15 seconds, 2 minutes. I would have to read through the census and those old microfilm readers. Anybody remember that? Stick your head in there and read through it, you see. And at the school I attended, you would have to get to the basement and get your machine because they had a genealogy society that had authorization, you see. And these little ladies with these tennis shoes, they would get down there at 5:30 and start looking for their ancestry, you see. So I tell you, I would get down there at 5 o'clock, get ahead of that rush, you see. But, so you had to try to go through and figure out which parish they was in or what county and everything. So you might have to go there, you're there for 2 or 3 days, 2 or 3 weeks trying to locate this person. But the thing that I remember as I looked at those censuses, when you looked at the census from the 1870s, you would find these ex-slaves in households where they had a wife who they tried to keep out of the field, and with children that would be in the school. It was just amazing to me, this institutional building of the family and educational systems in school. It really was. And I know Dr. Washington looked at a lot of this in terms of women and how they just insisted on their men being voting for the Republican ticket. They wouldn't feed them. Not do other things that men like the ladies to do. They wash up clothes. They really were. They really were like that. So women who are the carriers of culture and the ones that you always see the athletes on television. I want to thank my mom. You understand? As Leslie said, if my kids gonna go there, they're gonna say, I want to thank mom and dad. For what they have done, but certainly tremendous burden falls on the ladies, and I just have so much respect for women. Not only because I had 5 older sisters, all of whom could whip me and beat me, and did, and a mother that was short but yet could find that switch, and 3 brothers. I'm just so blessed with a lovely wife, and that's why I just try to be a gentleman. Open the door, and I know all these gentlemen did that. Open the door, carry the latest book sacks, and book bags, and all of that. Put up their trays and things like that. And there's no single men in here, but let me just say, when you raise your sons, ladies and gentlemen, you teach them to be a gentleman like that. Those young ladies will be checking that out now. They may think they want a thuggish young man, but mom and dad is not going to accept that. So you train them to be gentlemen, and that always wins out in the long run. So education was an expression of freedom. They attended schools in large numbers. They wanted schools as some of their labor contract provisions, according to James Anderson's book on education, black education. I know in Louisiana, and I'm getting a little bit into what we're going to talk about this afternoon, but let me just kind of start introducing some of it. the black constitutional conventions that was held during the stages of what we call congressional reconstruction or radical reconstruction was a strong push for free public education. And I know we'll discuss Du Bois's article on Reconstruction and its benefits, but that was a must, a priority one for black elected officials. It really was. I know when we were working on one of our projects, I hadn't planned to spend that much time dealing with education, but it was such a proliferation of a call for schools, state-supported schools, ferry privileges across the rivers for those who were going to school. It just blew me out of the water. And then they not only pushed for public education, but some of the legislators in Louisiana pushed for integrated education, you see. And as you know, Lewis Harlem talks about the fact that in New Orleans you had a number of schools in the late 1860s and 1870s that was integrated schools. May not have had many blacks, but there were a semblance of integrated schools. And certainly in Charleston and other areas, you may have had a little of that in the city areas. But this idea of an education was something, for education for blacks was something totally rejected, Anderson says, by the planner ideology. That was totally not anything they wanted to hear about, wanted to embrace, or wanted to support. And so the blacks, even as slaves, had to struggle, in most cases now, for some semblance of education. It was a rare slave owner, and I know you all probably looked at this on yesterday, that really kind of embraced that. With the slave owners, their treatment of slaves kind of depended upon the temperament of the masters. Leslie talks about the fact that after 6 o'clock he may not be the same as he was at 2 o'clock, and quietness kept. I may not be either. Some of this. Maybe I'm wearing the mask. But the temperament of the master was important in the treatment that the slave received. It really was, you see. But there was no such thing, Douglas says, as a good master. If you're the good master, you want to be free. I guess good is a relative term, huh? Like the word bad, you say, it's bad, Jane Brown. That means you were really okay bad. She says okay bad, and that's a bad bad, you know what I'm saying? But educational clauses in labor contracts, in general, the ex-slaves were unable to reconcile the planner to the idea of black education. The resistance by the planner was fairly strong. For example, James says that in northwestern Louisiana, the planners resisted. And I was very much privy to this even as I attended school in the 50s and the 60s. Some of my classmates, at least one, did not start with us in September when school started because they was off in the Delta area of this state with their families, helping raise enough money to attend school. You see, in the Hammond, Livingston Parish areas of Louisiana, they would be late in coming to school because of the strawberries. In Mississippi, school may not be the full 9 months for many because you had to get that cotton picked, that last scrapping of cotton, you see. And so several of my classmates would come late in the year, and they'd have their new jeans and stuff, so we knew that the family had helped pick those bales of cotton. So the planters resisted black education. The crop season shortened the term, didn't open some schools until December. Planters presented a persistent obstacle to those endeavoring to open schools. The planters were persistent in their opposition to those endeavoring to open schools, according to James, you see. He said between 1869 and 1877, planters dominated by white South finally regained control, you see. And a different form of education kind of was put in place. In the state of Mississippi, I think they would spend $1 on black education and $5 or $10 on white education, you see, per student, just totally unequal. And blacks for a long time attended what Thurgood Marshall and Charles Hamilton Houston called these dog trot schools, you see. And they were dog trot schools because if a dog entered the back door, it could trot right through the building without being turned, going into all these compartments in buildings that we have. I've just got to get up to Philadelphia one day, if the Lord says yes, to get to those Honor T. Jeans records, because the Honor T. Jeans philanthropic effort helped finance and funds the school that I attended. And I was fortunate enough to get some semblance of education growing up in the 50s and the 60s, as my brothers and sisters in the 40s and what have you. And the school was named for the church that was about a fourth of a mile from the school or less, you see. But we would play other schools' basketball, St. Peter's and Antioch, okay, and Shiloh, that were Blue Branch, that was actually in the church, you see. And we'd be sitting on tombs and grave sites because the little outside basketball court was next to the cemetery. And the school was the church was the school. So we had a separate school and church in my little hometown, you see. And the school had been built by my dad and others, men in the community, and it was wooden frame, but it had compartment. It wasn't kind of this dog trot school. And I remember once a month, we'd have to put oil on the floor. And that was a good day. After school, they pulled oil, and little kids, we could slide and get the oil into the wood. You know, that was a big day of fun at the school. And it had a compartment, you could open it up into a big auditorium. They would show movies on weekends to raise funds and things to keep the school going. So that was an interesting experience, being raised in Copiah County, the neighboring county, during those very difficult years. Now, if you ever have a chance to visit Arthur Ernest Gaines' home, he lives in Oscar, Louisiana. That's right outside New Roads, right on the Falls River. Mr. Gaines, who wrote Lesson Before Dawn and Miss Jane Pittman and other books, was able to return to Louisiana and buy up some of the plantation that he was raised on, including the cemetery where his loved ones are buried and where he wants to be buried, you see. But on those properties is the church that he attended, that was the school. And you may remember when Oprah was there. How many remember when Oprah was there? He was trying to show Oprah how to eat sugar cane. You know, don't swallow that, just spit that out, Oprah. How many have eaten sugar cane? Yeah, great. But he talks about the fact that they would kneel down and use the seat of the benches as desks. You see, and you had to write something. You didn't have a desk. So it was a struggle to get education. So you can imagine what these individuals was dealing with coming out of slavery, with the planters, the landowners rejecting that effort. It was a valiant effort on their part, you see. Yes. They at least was allowed to carry with them many of their possessions, their cups, clothing items, probably household items. But these 4 million slaves were freed with nothing but the rags on their backs. And so it's a difficult task, just like it was for the Hebrew children, to readjust to this new life, this new set of freedoms. And this is why it's so amazing, and even if someone could go back and look at my genealogy and find that I was not a descendant of slaves, and I would argue with them, because as one scholar says, that just shows you, as Booker T. Washington says, Washington says that at one time he admired the young white youth that used to reach lofty heights. And then he rethought that. And he admired individuals who could reach different kinds of heights, or any heights, coming from the depths that many of them had to come from. So these slaves had to emerge from the depths of a brutal, horrible system to experience a movement that is not complete and was not completed, and we're still working on trying to get a completion of, called Reconstruction. Reconstruction, one of my favorite topics, and I came to study Reconstruction because when I was in graduate school and began to realize there was more than 1 or 2 books written about a topic, when you're an undergraduate. You get one book and that's what it says, and you say, well, that has to be true, it's in the book. But when I started to read about the Dunning School of Thought, the William Archibald Dunning scholars and students who studied with Professor Dunnings at Columbia, there was the Dunning School of Thought that kind of hammered black elected officials and black individuals in particular, and hammered what they tried to do in terms of refashioning a society. And as I read those books, I realized the background from whence I had come. And I remember being raised by that village in Hazelhurst, where these black men, and my father, and these black women, and my mother was one of them, that helped put together a community and a village that raised numerous individuals, including myself, with great moral values, great thirst for education and to help others, and great treat your neighbor as your brother attitudes, that this could not have been what I experienced. All this mayhem and bedlam and incompetency and foolishness and corruption that these individuals talked about from the Dunning School of Thought, by and large, not all of the authors. And Dunning students studied each state and produced volumes on the Reconstruction era. And their segments in their books about blacks was by and large very, very critical, and did not tell a true picture of what blacks tried to do, how diligent, how shrewd, how professional, how given many of them were. Now, there are always individuals, as John Hope Franklin says, in which duplicity is part of what they may try at times. No one has a monopoly on morality, okay? But these black officials were very focused on building the institutions that had been started by their predecessors and by them in some cases, and building other institutions in the black community. And they certainly saw politics as a vehicle to have a voice in bettering themselves and society in general. Freedom had many different meanings and different reactions for the former slaves, former soldiers, and those experiencing Reconstruction. Now, when you look at the word Reconstruction, it means to rebuild, restore, bring about, establish. So Reconstruction was a period in which there was an effort to reunite the country, restore it back to what it was. Initially, not punish those who had been the culprits in this great war. And under President Lincoln, Reconstruction started before the Civil War ended. In fact, it starts in the state of Louisiana, which has a very interesting and complex and extensive Reconstruction period. It started in 1864, before the war ended, as I said. And Lincoln tried to get that Union control area of South Louisiana back into the Union. And he recommended to the government that was being established that they at least give the right to vote to the former free persons of color and those with property. But the black community rejected that. And in New Orleans and in many other cities of the South, you had a fairly prominent population of black people with some finances, talents, skills. In fact, New Orleans, and I would recommend Dr. John Blassingame, Black New Orleans, as a great source. Dr. Blassingame tells us about these free persons of color who had access in over $15 million. They were some of the best engineers, wine dealers, some of the best physicians, some of the best engineers in the city. And some of them were descendants of these interesting relationships that existed between Frenchmen and Africans. Some of them were descendants of free persons of color for generations. And one of Jeffrey's favorite is Antoine Dubuclet, who became a state treasurer. We introduced him this morning. A man who was a descendant of a free person of color, a man who had roughly 12 children of his own through 2 marriages, and a man who sent them to France for their education. And I often wonder why he sent them. They went to Bordeaux, France, and that's where their French ancestry had come from. Ulysses Ricard, the late Ulysses Ricard, helped my thinking in terms of why they went back to Bordeaux, France. And some of these individuals were descendants of those that was had to leave Haiti during the Toussaint Louverture Revolution. And one of the uniqueness about Louisiana, I have to dwell on Louisiana a lot because we've looked at it for a number of years. I contend that Louisiana is one of the most unique states in the Union. It's a tremendous enigma. All the southern states have it, but in terms of a resistance, fighting, I'm going to better myself, fighting spirit. You have it there in New Orleans in a strong way, coming from wealth, having made some of it, as I think it was Thaddeus Stevens, Charles Sumner said, off the sweat of the brow of slaves. Dubuclet, with these 12 children, sent them back to France for their education. Several of his sons became medical doctors. His daughters never came back, which meant that they married Frenchmen and passed. He took them to New York and put them on a ship to France. He was the largest slave holder in 1860 in the free persons of color class in Louisiana. So this is a great example, I think, of individuals who knew their history, knew their heritage, was a buffer between the slaves and the white community. And interesting, you read all the literature on that. It's fascinating when you look at that. The books by Gary Mill, his wife, Elizabeth Shawn Mills, that's been reissued. Sturt's works, the works by Ira Berlin on Slaves Without Masters. They were a unique group of individuals in a very precarious position at times. So these free persons of color, Dubuclet's relatives, obviously had the benefit of education and had talent, training, and there were many others, the Portiers, the Bellots, the Honorés, the Tiges, and others who were free and had talent and money, providing some of the leadership in many areas, although it was a leadership that may have not been as well received by some blacks as others. But yet, they rejected the notion, the idea of trying to include them and not include the larger slave population, former slave population. So the government that was established in 1864 in Louisiana, before the war ended, just like those others that was established under President Lincoln's presidential policies of Reconstruction, did not survive because after the war, many former Confederates returned to their positions of power. In the Louisiana, in the Alabama legislature, John Hope Franklin said some of the elected officials wore their Confederate uniforms. Once they became leaders under the Lincoln-Johnson plan after Lincoln's death, they went about instituting black codes, vagrancy laws. I always love to tell my students about those from Opelousas, the Opelousas 6 o'clock law. You had to be off the streets and at home by 6 o'clock, otherwise you could be arrested, you see. In Mississippi, if you didn't have an visible apparent employment, you could be jailed, you see. And that's this effort to incarcerate black people. And it's something that has just increased to a point that we was talking about the former president at Jackson State, Dr. Ron Mason. He has a project called the 5/5, and some of you might be familiar with it, where he contends that the children of slaves was Jim Crow, and the children and the grandchildren of the slaves is his pipeline to prison. And the theory is that when you had the 3/5, blacks was not whole. This 5/5 project, and he had one based at
SUNO, that's a branch of Southern in New Orleans. And I don't know if he has one here, I think somewhere in the state of Mississippi, I thought he said. It's designed to try to make more black youth, especially the males, who don't quite have the scores that many of you had. You know, when you left high school, you had this 36 on the SAT, you had that 29 on the ACT. Some of those, like myself, who was in the lower teens or the mid-teens, this program is designed to give them that college experience and make them whole, make them 5/5 of a person, you see. So there was many of these kinds of efforts on the part of free blacks in terms of the slaves. They want to make themselves full citizens, and they wanted to make sure that slaves, former slaves, had a chance. So they rejected this effort of the Constitutional Convention of 1864. And although the state came back into the Union under that Constitution, once these former Confederate state leaders and soldiers came to power, they went back to business as usual by enacting black codes and vagrancy laws and rules and regulations that made black status very similar to what it had been during slavery. Blacks and fair-minded colleagues who was from the North and from the South rejected many of these governments. Many individuals who were radical, who united with blacks, who were white, began to rally, and in Memphis and New Orleans, where they tried to call into question these constitutions and these legislative acts, there were riots. And in New Orleans, you had a major riot in which 34 persons were killed. In Memphis, you had a riot in 1866. James Hollins called this riot in New Orleans the first mass protest by black people. And as a result of their protests and marching on the legislative halls, there was an absolute massacre of black people in New Orleans and similar to New Orleans in Memphis. Hence, many Republicans and those who was from the North who had wondered why they fought this great war. And you know, Eric Foner's book on Reconstruction talks about Andrew Johnson after Lincoln's assassination and the fact that Johnson, plebeian from East Tennessee, begins to be influenced by these planters and former Confederates who came to him, and he gave them amnesty and forgave them for all of that. And when the soldiers returned to the South, these efforts of Sherman with his order number 15, where he had divided the land and tried to give blacks access to land, even down here in Natchez, in the Natchez area where Jefferson Davis plantation was, blacks had continued to work Jefferson Davis plantation at a profit. So under Johnson's plan, much of what had been progressive was being rolled back. Many of the gains of the war were being dissipated. So Sherman's Special Order number 15, where he gave black possessory titles, and this is where you get this whole idea of 40 acres and a mule. You know, what General William Sherman had done was take a 30-mile tract of land along the Atlantic coast from Charleston, South Carolina, 250 miles south of Jacksonville, Florida. Within 6 months, you had some 440,000 free people on some 400,000 acres of land in South Carolina and Georgia, the Sea Islands, you see. In Port Royal, South Carolina, federal treasury agent, according to Willard E. Rowe's book, had auctioned off land for non-payment of taxes. Some blacks and mostly white northern businessmen got the land. So there was an effort to try to settle down, provide some assistance for these former slaves. The Freedmen's Bureau, created in 1865, created the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Land, headed by O.O. Howard, General O.O. Howard, who was put in command. They was given great responsibility, negotiating contract, education provided food, clothing, medical care, schools. Some 900 agents of the Freedmen Bureau, and each agent had a general county area from 10,000 to 20,000 people to try to help resettle them, settle down, and provide some assistance to. They distributed some 13 million rations, that is corn, flour, meal, sugar, by 1866. And Du Bois, in his article, Reconstruction and Its Benefits, which is kind of must-reading for my students, and I know all of you have read that, he talks about the fact that not only blacks, but the whites benefited from the Freedmen Bureau provisions and rations. In fact, most of it. It's kind of like welfare today, you know. In spite of this welfare queen image that some of our presidential candidates try to project, not anyone in recent years, most of the welfare is not going to what we gave to bail out McDonnell Douglas and other corporations and tax breaks to companies is much, much more than Vincent's relatives on the south side of Chicago might receive. So there was a great responsibilities placed on this Freedmen Bureau. The other acts and proposal to assist blacks was the Southern Homestead Act, where some 3 million acres for loyal blacks and whites. Most of this land was not farmable land. It couldn't be farmed. 4,000 black farmers benefited. Sharecropping, but the Southern Homestead Act, with its effort, much of this land it went back to really Northerners and timber magnates who used it to, as C. Van Woodward tells us in The Origin of the New South, set up factories and started lumber companies. Sharecropping, signed labor contract, no wages. Eventually, freedmen worked the land as families, and they wanted to get away from this gang working of the land. So during the war, when plantation owners left, like Jefferson Davis, blacks stayed there, and the two blacks that are well noted with Jefferson Davis is Isaiah and Benjamin Montgomery, who helped found the town of Mount Bayou, Mississippi. When the Davis returned from the war, and after having a slap on the wrist, basically, and his family, as many other planters' families, reclaimed their land. Pierce Butler down in South Carolina. You've seen that on the American Experience tape about how Butler, after his death, his daughter, because his wife, who was went back to New York, how his daughter had to negotiate with the slaves. And this was the scenario throughout much of the South. Slaves returning had to the area that they had left during the war, deal with the same landowner in some cases, and there was such a mixture of plans and programs and ideas. Some of you I know have studied these. It's just unbelievable how many of these individuals with very little education, with some skills, with families and children, are trying to scratch a living, root hog or die, as one author said when Lincoln met with the Confederate leadership at, what was that, at Hampton Roads, and icy day, and he kind of took a stick and pecked on the ground and said, well, how are they going to survive? Lincoln probably got to root hog or die. This is why he was interested in trying to get colonization off the ground. So it's a big problem. It's a massive effort to try to get 4 million individuals resettled back in the economy in some way, in a region of the country that has been devastated by war. They say, you know, you look at Katrina, we talked about this morning. That's just one little area of this country where you have to resettle individuals. But this was throughout the South, massive amount of individuals. Okay? Then to get resources to even return to the land that you may not be able to buy, that you could only lease a sharecrop, the problem becomes one of who has the first lien on what you need to start your journey to progress, or to prosperity. What do you need? Seeds, you need mules, you need plows. And who has the first lien on your crop? And Harold Woodman talks about that, and I know you have read some of that literature. He talks about whether or not it's the landowner who has the first lien on the crop, or the merchant who provided you with the seeds and the food and the livestock to get started. So once your crop grows up and you harvest it, who has the first shot at the proceeds that come about? Okay? So the blacks had to barter for seeds, for mules, for tools. Sharecropping was a horrible system, especially since money was just paid even in the 20th century, as with the case of the very eminent Fannie Lou Hamer and many, many blacks. You was given scrip on some areas, and you couldn't kind of leave the plantation, so that shadows of slavery, as Pete Daniel calls it, existed to this very day in many cases. Not to the extent that, but to this very day, remnants of it still exist. Another institution that helped blacks move forward was the black church. The black church. It grew in a large way, the black church. And the Baptist was the church that most blacks favored. But there was also the Methodist, CME, the Presbyterian, Congregational, Episcopal. They appealed to the Presbyterian, Congregational, and Episcopal churches, appealed to the more prosperous members. Roman Catholic made modest inroads. The area that blacks also concentrated continuously during Reconstruction, as we said this morning, was education, black teachers. And many of the leaders who came to become politicians in the South came to the South as teachers. Richard Kane from New York, Virginia Green, who came to Mississippi. Kane became a politician. Charlotte Fortin from Philadelphia family. And many other teachers were poorly educated former slaves. And it was, as we said this morning, it was during this time that you have the establishment of many black colleges, you see. Jackson State, right here, 1877, right at the end of Reconstruction as such. That's 3-4 years before Tuskegee was founded. 2 years before Southern University was founded, you see. To get these schools, these colleges, and Sabbath schools, and native schools started, blacks had to raise money, and they raised money on their own. And look at some of these schools that were started by these various churches. Lincoln University in 1866. The American Missionary Association started Virginia Union. Shaw in North Carolina. Virginia Union is in right outside Richmond. Shaw in North Carolina. Benedict in North Carolina. Morehouse in Georgia was started by the AMA. Northern Methodist started Claflin in South Carolina. Rust in Mississippi, Holly Springs. That's right. Where Ida B. Wells was trained, and our illustrious director here. Bennett College in North Carolina. And Russ has a tremendous tradition and history. It really does. As you know, many of these schools who are private, and they could do more, as I know some of your speakers will talk about, and you've already heard from some of their graduates, because they were not state schools during the Civil Rights Movement, you see. I remember Dr. Calvin Miller, and I know many of you may have remembered him, but he was my political science teacher here at Jackson State. He was from New York. You're laughing, you remember him. I don't know, he may have come back to Southern, he came back here. Came back here. First Institute, yes. He was my political science teacher, and he used to take students, and I think that's why I would make the highest scores on his exam. But he wanted you to get in his van and take you to a mock UN session at Shaw University in North Carolina, and I had to clean up Jones Hall. And clean, I couldn't be going all over the country. But he would often mention when they had the civil rights hearings in Jackson, before they passed the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, you know, they had hearings on what life was like in the South for black people. And if you're not familiar with those, I would recommend you find them and read them. Someone's shaking their heads, you know. Yes. And he would tell me that, he told me once I got to know him, I met him back again at Virginia State. He was at Virginia State when I was there for a year visiting professorship. And he told me that when he would go to those hearings, President Jacob Reddick told him, said, don't you wear any Jackson State paraphernalia at all, you see. Because these state schools get their money from the state legislature. And Ross Barnett and J.P. Coleman was not going to tolerate that. Just like Jimmy Davis told Felton, Granderson Clark, president of Southern, you either shut that down or we're going to shut the school down when the students march downtown to the state capitol. And if you haven't seen that, Taking a Seat for Justice, put done by my colleague, Dr. Rachel Emanuel, you need to see that, a documentary on AP 2 Road. Very fine documentaries. But these college presidents at these state schools, you see, you know, he who pays the piper names the tune. You see, yeah, that's a lesson that you should learn real early. He said, if you don't pay the piper, you can't tell them what tune to play. You see? And this is why, as you, and I know you'll get this with your other speakers, these black preachers in the churches were a little bit more independent, you see, than someone who was a manager at the local meat market, you see. And those blacks who participated in the civil rights movement, parents took it on the chin. I know that Janet Harris, who was a female in those 7 students that demonstrated and sat in at Crest drugstore in Baton Rouge. Parents lost their jobs. Some of these students' parents were harassed. They had to move out of the little towns that they were in. I know that when I came back, all hyped up over the civil rights movement back to Hazelhurst, I remember coming back from digressing now, but I just want to try to show how certain things remain the same. I came back in April of '67, there was a boycott in my hometown. I couldn't believe it. And there was a black person at each end of Hazelhurst. And they was gonna know who you were trying to go there to shop. So I knew Ollie Boyd, who was about 6'5", could have played defensive tackle for the Baltimore Colts. I knew him. We was in school together, so I just come back to town and parked my car and said, "What's going on?" He said, "Yeah, we got this boycott going." I said, "Look, I applaud you for this. I just want to talk to some of the merchants. You know, I want to get a reaction, first-hand information, you know. I've been up here and down at the Masonic Temple with Dr. King and Dr. George Curry and my economic professor holding my hand singing, 'We Shall Overcome' and stuff. I had just been transformed by that movement. So I went and talked to the man at Hart's grocery store. And he said, "Son, if they stop the boycott, we'll hire some clerks. We'll hire someone to work on the cash register," because that was the deal. There was no blacks being hired in these stores.
67.
This is 67. After the Voting Rights Act. That's right. The Hazelhurst was holding out this year. They were going to see if this thing, kind of like the Affordable Care, see if we repeal it, replace it. Yeah. In fact, a gentleman who owned a store on the outskirts of my community, the street is named for him. Might have some relatives in him, so I'm not going to call his name. But this man was so mean that he would make you put the money on the counter. Don't touch my hand. Put it on the counter. You see? But he was in the hospital at that time. And this boycott he was already sick, near death. I understand that when he asked the orderly, said, "Are they still acting foolish like that?" And he said, "Yes." He turned his face to the wall and died. That killed him, you know. But he couldn't believe it because he was mean-spirited. I actually saw him and the local law enforcement official actually flush a black man out of a house and shoot him down while we were sitting in church. So there was great resistance to the movement, the end of black progress, as it was in the 60s and long before the 60s, in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. White opposition was just immense during Reconstruction. It was immense. So you have Lincoln's plans of Reconstruction, lenient plans. Johnson succeeds Lincoln. Johnson provides amnesty for Confederate soldiers. Confederates are back in charge in the South by and large. And blacks are back close to slavery. National Republicans, Thaddeus Stevens, Charles Sumner, and others felt that this war, this carnage, these 620,000 plus soldiers who had died, all this wounded and shell-shocked individuals returning home, had been for naught. Some of them said that the South should be treated as conquered provinces, treated as the stepchild and errand child that they should be treated as. And so after the riots in New Orleans and Memphis, they had the movement, the ammo, in the elections of fall of 1866 to elect individuals who were of like mind, who felt that the South should be punished for starting this war, for perpetuating this war, should be the culprits and seen as the culprits in this effort. Once they had the votes to override Johnson's veto of the Civil Rights Act, had the votes to keep the Freedmen Bureau in place, their proposals gave Freeman, some of their proposals, like Thaddeus Stevens, proposed giving Freedmen's land. They proposed giving them the voting rights. And once they got to Congress, was able to have enough votes to put their program in progress, they certainly moved to impeach Johnson and missed impeaching him by one vote. But individuals like Lyman Trumbull, senator from Illinois, proposed the first civil rights bill. They proposed financing the Freedmen's Bureau. Stevens and Sumners and others proposed the Reconstruction Acts. And these Reconstruction Acts and this legislation would have a major impact on reshaping the South. Johnson's veto was overridden. The 14th Amendment was enacted. The 13th had already been enacted. The 14th in 1868 proposed citizenship, and it also had a provision that, denial of representation in Congress for violators. Now, Malcolm in his Battle of the Bullet speech makes mention of this fact, that if that provision of the 14th Amendment had been enacted, you wouldn't have these Southerners in Washington, D.C. creating all these laws before the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Act that was just illegal in Malcolm's mind and the minds of many other individuals. So this radical Reconstruction plan, and I always was fascinated by the name Congressional Reconstruction, or radical. I think it was called radical because it has something to do with black people. That's just my own subjective views. It has to be radical. It has to be unusual. We don't want to accept it. It's just off the chain. You know what I'm saying? You call it radical. Oh, have mercy. These radical Republicans was in charge. The Reconstruction Acts, as you know, divide the South into 5 military districts and placed military commanders over each district. And these commanders were instructed to do what? Register individuals, former slaves, males. We hadn't grown to the point of recognizing women. We as men, we ladies, we love you and you love us, but we come short. I often wonder, my wife and I was having this debate the other day, I said, I just wonder how it would be had I been Mr. Diana Ross. She said, you probably couldn't have handled that. You know what I'm saying? Because you be introduced, you know what I'm saying? Think about that. It takes a big man to have a wife out front like that. It really does. You know what I'm saying? From that farm in Mississippi, I couldn't get to Detroit to see her anyway. But these Reconstruction Acts divide the South into districts, place military commanders over districts, and provided for black registration as voters, restricted some ex-Confederates from the vote and the franchise. The blacks in the Louisiana legislature, and the Constitutional Convention rather, pushed back on that. Some of them signed a petition saying that they want to make the vote available to everyone, you see. And Franklin talks about in his Civil Reconstruction book about the naivety of some of these legislators. Some of them shaking their head of it, yeah. Because they had already returned from the Civil War and went back to the legislatures in their uniforms, flying the Confederate flags, almost reinstituting slavery, you see. So this effort would try to shut down some of that, you see. This effort of the Reconstruction Acts was proposing universal manhood suffrage, you see, male voters, male voting, and registration. And Dr. Frank contends this was the most revolutionary aspects of the Reconstruction period. The entrance of blacks into the political arena. The most revolutionary aspects of Reconstruction. In terms of blacks' election to office, and the registration of blacks, they were just enthusiastic about voting, and these Freedmen Bureau agents had helped register them. And then, after the registration, the states had to hold new constitutional conventions. And these registered black voters could vote for delegates and also run to be delegates themselves, you see. Okay. They could become delegates themselves. Now, when I try to imagine how voting must have been for the first time, I do remember Jeffrey, in Hazelhurst, in the gym at the high school with my father after the Voting Rights Act had passed. I remember that, just like it was yesterday. And he was saying, we was teasing, we was in line and said, son, you think when we get up there, they're going to close it down and say they don't have enough paper for us to write our names on, our names are not on the list or something, because that was kind of new to many of us in Copiah County, but it was a great day of jubilation. And I know some of you, your speakers, will talk about that. And this just describes, this is in something we did years ago. It talks about the Radical Republican Club of Rapides Parish and how blacks turned out to vote. And the author says, and I'm quoting, they came from every portion of the parish, and none were left home. The lame, the crippled, the blind, the halt, old, young, one eye, one leg, no legs, no arm, deformed, diseased, sick, well, dressed, ragged, barefoot, all were on hand, eager and panting that description of how blacks turn out to vote, I can imagine when I see the long lines when Nelson Mandela was voted in as president of South Africa. Do you remember those lines? Now, you don't have to go back that far. You can go back just a couple of years ago. And in some of these states, people stood in line for 8 hours. Now, I love voting. I vote for everything, from dog catcher to fly swatter to whatever's going on. I go. But 8 hours would have certainly been at the tipping point for me. I just admire that, you know. It's kind of like in Louisiana when we were trying to register black people, and I remember every year back in the 80s and 70s, they would be on the campus little group trying to register students and register people. And some of the local politicians had registration drives. And they would just cast their net and come up almost empty. You know what I'm saying? And I carry voter registration forms in every one of my vehicles. Every one of them. And when I'm in class and class is over, I just put on the desk, you know, you can register online now, but just in case you miss online, you know, have it on the desk. A kid might come up to ask a question, might fall in his bookcase or something. But all of that effort wasn't going as well as it should have in Louisiana. And up popped David Duke, the grand wizard running for governor of Louisiana. The pastors in the city had to bring water and fried food because they was out the door, around the building, down the street, registering to vote. So David Duke probably registered more voters, black voters, than all of the politicians in several parishes of Louisiana. Because I still have some of that paraphernalia on Duke, you know. Stop and donut, this and that and stuff, which is very good. But this 2012 election and the tenacity of many of you and your relatives and loved ones to stand in line to vote for your candidate is just amazing to me. And it harpers back to this effort that is talked about during Reconstruction and during Nelson Mandela's effort to become the president of South Africa, you see. So there was a great enthusiasm, you see. And as you know, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, the same kinds of techniques that was used to shut that down is ongoing in some of our states in the South right now, just as we speak. So the effort continues. Freedom is never free. It continues. Reverend Barber over there in North Carolina, somebody from North Carolina, I love to see Reverend Barber. He is just author. He will just straighten you out right now. Never lost for words, you see. He's a true soldier, just like Medgar Evers, and Dr. King, and all these nameless and faceless individuals throughout the South who pushed for a better society for everybody, you see. And I often tell people, everybody benefits when you got a productive, hard-working, God-fearing citizen in your neighborhood, in your town, in your state. Who wants somebody that on drugs or locked up? You know? Jesse Jackson said, you can send a kid to Southern for $5,000 a year. It costs you $50,000 to keep him locked up in Angola or Poncha. You see? I mean, just look at the figures. And if you're smart enough, you'll create jobs just like all of you have and your loved ones have. We're the greatest job creator in the world. Great society. And so you get all this talent out of your individuals. I often say that in Indianola, Mississippi, a stray bullet had killed B.B. King, we would not have known when the trio was gone. You see, we wouldn't have gotten that great music out of B.B. King, you see. And just think of all the other benefits. We would have a cure for cancer, diabetes. And if you keep living, you know, you're going to be confronting some of these illnesses, you see. And in the minds of some of the kids that did not develop, in the Appalachian or in the Delta of Mississippi or the swamps of Louisiana, may be the genius to bring about a cure for those diseases, you see. So we are poor when we leave anybody behind, when we lose any talented, or not give a person a chance to develop their talent. So these delegates to these Constitution Convention, now for the first time, you have blacks as members of a constitutional convention to write a constitution that governs a state. What do you think they will ask for? Who wants to venture to see what Du Bois said? Any of your readings have said. What Stephen Hahn says. A nation underfoot. David Blyden talks about Baldwin and Du Bois, Reconstruction. What do you think they asked for in these constitutional conventions? And I remember years ago when I first started at Southern, it was back, students said, "You was here then?" I said, "Yeah." The student was in Pampers then, and I had training pants. We all was young, so I was not fully grown. As John O'Frank said when he met my wife, I was introduced, just wanted to meet him. He said, "I've known Charles Vincent since he was a little bitty boy." So I was a little bitty boy then. But I remember being at Southern in 1968. You know, I was a little bitty boy. And I used to tell the students, 100 years ago today, black people was in a constitutional convention in Louisiana for the first time, writing a constitution to govern the state of Louisiana. You know, that was just so fascinating to me, you know. And so the Constitutional Convention was held throughout the South between 1867 and 68. The southern states were meeting, drawing up constitutions that would satisfy the Northern Republican Party and satisfy the federal government. So what do you think they asked for? And Du Bois is reconstructing its benefits. I like that article, as you can see. And you know, Du Bois put this out in 1909. Yeah, 1909. I mean, what must have been going on when this young Harvard-trained professor walked to the lectern, and he was probably the only one in the building, maybe in the city, and read this paper for the American Historical Association. What did these black men want in their constitutional conventions, in their constitutions?
We know for sure universal public education.
Universal public education. Universal public. And Du Bois said this was the start of this whole effort. Universal public education. Now we accept that as just the norm. You see? There's pushback on that right now. You're right. You're right. So what all of this, that's why we still use Reconstruction kind of as a watershed, as what was possible, although it came short, what can be achieved, although for a short time span, if we all kind of get on the same page. It doesn't mean we all agree, but we have some common objectives, some common goals. You know, we might get there a different way, but this is our goal. You see. So they proposed universal education. Just was on fire for that. Just blew my mind. I was just so impressed with that universal education thing. And as I said this morning, If I was teaching in a class in an interview, you would have to tiptoe on this corner of this lectern because there would not be room for you to be standing on the floor. There would have been so many people all around you, see. And these delegates were hammered by the Dunning School of Thought. Not all of the scholars of the Dunning School of Thought, but certainly Walter Linwood Fleming, who didn't work with the Dunning, but wrote in that vein. Thompson. Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question about the Du Bois article? Because
Yes.
Since you brought up the Dunning School, I was struck by the concessions he makes in this article. He uses the term incompetence and extravagance
Yeah.
and these things. So is that a rhetorical strategy, or does he reflect a view that was common among everybody at the time, that there were these serious problems with Reconstruction?
I think that both of your answers, both of your comments have merits. I think that it was such an uphill climb, there was such a preponderance of information in that direction. He just couldn't come out and fight it all, so he conceded some of it. Okay? Anyone else got any comments on that, the Du Bois article? And I think we all know the importance of W.B. Du Bois and his significance. He does use that, you know. And we're talking about 1909, you see. And the first writers of Reconstruction started to publish books immediately after the Civil War and at the end of Reconstruction. And there was a justification of their particular sides, you see. And you know, the Civil War is seen by Southerners as a war of northern aggression, you see. The war for Southern independence, you see. War of northern aggression. I like that one, boy, that's a good one. You see. But it's a war between the states, you know, Civil War. He does. And you have a little pause there when you say, oh my goodness, you know. But he's on the cutting edge of all of this new revisionist scholarship, and in Eric Foner's case, this neo-revisionist scholarship that's taking place. He kind of starts the ball rolling in a direction that would point to what existed in spite of those utilization of terms, you see. And as Franklin indicated, but not to the extent that Du Bois, that there are some individuals who are criminals, black and white, you don't want them to be. I tell students, I said, look into your background, shake your own tree. You might have a few people that fall out of there that you may not be totally in agreement with. You know, they accused the great historian Steve Van Woodward when he talked about the Redeemers in the South. He went light on Arkansas because, and that's one of his critics, but I know Dr. Woodward, Professor Woodward would probably say, what do they know about anything? You don't know anything. But, you know, how many of you had to write histories of your genealogy and confront some individuals that was not in church on the front row, chairman of the deacon board? Okay. But in addition to that, he does mention some positive things, and that is the school system, as you said. And one of the things that they feared more than bad government was good government. You see. Thing that they feared more than incompetency was competency. And you see, Du Bois didn't have the benefit of all of these academic archives and resources that the current scholars have. At this AP reading recently, I didn't get a chance, but I know one of your classmates or one of your fellow members had a chance to attend where Professor Eric Foner spoke, and he's found some information about an Underground Railroad effort in New York that lists names and locations and all like that, you know, knowing Professor Foner, he's going to have a major book coming out dealing with that. So we're always uncovering new information, new documents to help our interpretation. Okay? So you was a little turned off by that. You didn't know what his points of doing that are.
I was surprised that he used the term extravagant several times.
Okay.
Dishonesty. He says, you know, that other people were dishonest and more dishonest. But what you said makes sense to me. It was really starting at the bottom of the hill. So he's got to take very, you know, shallow, careful steps up.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. But once again, I wish he had not. He probably, hopefully, prayerfully, if he had had the benefits of some of these others, he could not have been so harsh. When he may not, should have been as harsh as he was. But he does list some of the wonderful things that Reconstruction proposed. Okay?
But don't you think also that this is, because I find that too when I teach the souls of black folk,
okay.
that a lot of times my students who are overwhelmingly white assume that because it's written by an African American, that it's written for African Americans. And I have to try to get them to read more carefully and see those places where Du Bois actually very explicitly indicates that he's trying to persuade, but quite gently, white readers to see the brutality of other white people towards African Americans. But he often conceded, you know, the lack of education on the part of many African Americans. And I think that if we consider that this is also a paper that he presented before the American Historical Association, and I think it's very unlikely that there was another African American in the room when he presented that. Right. I think that's kind of a rhetorical strategy that Du Bois used when addressing whites. I think that also partially explains, even though I agree with you entirely that he's saying something that is so far outside of what is accepted, and especially, this is what, 6 years after Thomas Dixon's novel was published, and then the play very quickly becomes popular. I don't remember exactly when the play was. This is before, obviously, The Birth of a Nation, but he's really swimming upstream against all of these scholars and general public that's saying, Reconstruction was this horrible time where all of these bad things happened.
Yes.
I was just going to say it's within a decade after Southern states are passing disfranchisement amendments, right? So totally gut what was done in 67, 68.
That's right. And it was almost, according to Rachel Logan and the Betrayal and the Navy, they're almost a lynching a day almost. You're right. That's a great point. All of you are raising. I know when I had my students read Black Boy when I was teaching at LSU, and it was interesting the different papers that I got back from the students. The white student would invariably say that this is a young man who was the child of a singer mom, and when he tried to do some things to feed himself, he's a little thief, and the black student could just see the opposite of the very pathetic situation he was thrown into, and how he was talked to, and just being a little black boy in the South, what you have to confront, and going to the back door, and can't go to the front door, even if the person might be in trouble, Go to the front, tell me the house on fire, they curse you out, you say, oh, well, I'll find out if the house is on fire later on. But the different perspectives, you're right, and that's why I like that. That's what I challenge my students to look and see. You don't have to agree with it. What's wrong? What's right with it? What are some of the things that you disagree with about things? I know many of you may remember a book, August Myers, maybe one of his first or second books, entitled Negro in the Age of Washington. Are you familiar with that? Okay. He looks at the black people that Du Bois actually would have held a 5-minute conversation with. You know, those that he wrote and shared ideas with. And Myers, and he may be right or wrong, when he wrote people like Cromwell and other black leaders who was in the same ivory tower that he was in, but not probably Du Bois, not up as high as I am. I love Dr. Du Bois. I really do, because he's such multi-talented. But these individuals that he corresponded with, according to Myers, when he looked closely at what they was proposing, they was proposing a talented tent programs where you would have some individuals, you realize from early on, they didn't want to be doctors and lawyers and historians and teachers. They wanted to go and be a welder or a carpenter or do other things that are just as important. And most of my students that left after 2 years of college and worked for Exxon, they are retiring with $1.6 million retirement plans from Exxon, you see. And, you know, as teachers, we'll be lucky to retire with a couple of $100,000 and hope that some wise legislator or governor will not take a retirement plan and invest it in a golf course in Bahrain or somewhere, huh?
That is true.
Yeah, you know, so there are different positions, but that's what Myers contends, that this talented tent we're talking about and designing programs that would be along the lines of maybe some industrial or skill training. And I know for a fact that we have so many young people right now who could care less about going to college. And that's unfortunate. But if we could get them with a skill as a welder, as a carpenter. I was impressed when I was back in my hometown and I saw these young men sitting out by my brother's house. I went over there, was talking to them. And they were at Colin, and they were learning how to drive heavy equipment. And one was working with the Park Service, and they was just 10 months out of high school training, or years training, a couple of years training. And they had really good jobs, and they were doing fairly well. You just hope these jobs remain, but nothing is right now that you can depend on almost as being solid. Most of your children and your nieces and nephews will probably be at 4 or 5 different jobs. Being in teaching, as you all will be 40 and 50 years, is a thing of the past almost. I hope you do, but you get burnt out. You don't want the rigors of all of what you have to do, dealing with others. Some people don't even want to, as I indicated, my kids saw me coming home so frustrated, they didn't want to have nothing to do with teaching. And how many of you have your students raise their hand and want to be teachers? I have less than 3% that they want to be teachers. You see, I tell them, don't look at me just because you don't like me. You can be better than me, But Du Bois says that these Reconstruction governments offer democratic governments. They wanted free public education, youth social legislation. So in these Constitutional Convention, they laid the foundation. They laid the foundation. Louisiana Constitutional Convention Constitution had Article 13, which was a civil rights provision. And Louisiana had an equal number of blacks and white delegates. I contend, but Ted Trinnell, my friend up at Commonwealth, Virginia Commonwealth, he says there was a majority, a slight majority of black delegates in the Louisiana Constitutional Convention, you see. Which meant that Louisiana had more black delegates than any other state constitutional convention, South Carolina being a second, and Mississippi being a close third. But these black men proposed in these constitutional conventions public education, universal public education, free public education. They proposed civil rights acts, you see. And then they proposed ways that the state could take on a bigger part in the lives of the individuals, you see. And once these constitutions were adopted and okayed by the federal government, then these states could set up their state governments, could begin to elect state legislators and local officials. And so hence you have blacks continuing to build in the state legislature on these institutions that they had started early on. Education, civil rights and a fair society, and ways for churches to get licensed, and all of this, ways for churches to be given their, I guess, part that religion plays in society. Okay, very good.
Yeah. It's about 10 minutes of 3, and I did promise a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at 3 o'clock.
Really, there is such a disconnect sometimes, you know, except for one or two that might be able to understand that. And I always encourage them, if they've got someone in their family, 70 and 80 years of age, to go back and talk to them so it will become a reality to them. But there is such a disconnect, I think, that it's hard for them to even conceive of this age where you got air conditioning, especially the younger ones, the freshmen and sophomores. And my son, who was with me at Harvard, who had a young lady at every function almost, he swears, he said, Dad, if they was born since 1980s, he was born in 79, he said, I've been in a good mood. That is almost, it's just difficult to get enough to kind of see and understand the significance of education and what these individuals had to endure, you see. Yeah, yes, and you would think it would prick others to know more about it, to embrace it, to understand what has happened in the past to have us where we are to this day, you see. I guess, Jeffrey, that's why I still have, and I take to my class, my single tree. Anybody know what a single tree is? That's a, you hook that to the mule and the trace and the prop that goes across the mule's shoulders, and the lines, the plow lines, you see. I still have some of these artifacts. You see them in a museum. So I take my kid to my little compartment of the outside the house there, the garage, where I've got all these things around the wall. And I take them to this class and try to have the student, I still have the cotton scale with the P. And the cotton scale look like a little saw. I said, what is it? It's a saw. So that's a cotton scale. I mean, y'all have seen a cotton scale, kind of like your arm. Then you hook it, and then you got a little P you hang on there to see your weight. And you can load that P up to cheat your workers, because you can have 100 pounds, the thing is saying you got 30 pounds, you see. But I take that to reconnect myself and them to this struggle that has occurred, you see. I really do. And it gives me a chance to reconnect with my parents and in a way, I guess, a spiritual way. And you remember getting whippings for not making haste when you was plowing with this single tree on your plow and all like that. So that's one of the ways I think you can do it, you know. I don't know if I've said anything. That is, I often encourage my students to talk to the elders in their community, in their church, in their subdivisions, you see. Because I remember when I was in graduate school, I know I'm digressing all over the place, but I had to do a paper with this professor who studied mass leaders. Dr. Williams, he studied mass leaders because he won the Pulitzer Prize for his book on Huey Long. He was always interested in mass leaders. So we each had to pick a mass leader in this seminar. So I picked Theodore G. Bilbo. You see. Yeah. What did Charles ever say about Bilbo? He'd be snorting and ranting and raving and stuff. He said, you don't keep him from voting. These two little boys, he'll be voting. Charles, he touched him and said, that's not a bad idea. But I remember inquiring of my father, who had an opportunity to witness Theodore G. Bilbo at Lake Hazel, as in Hazelhurst, you see. This great city down just below you, metropolitan traffic jams, 2 exits to it. Okay. I passed it last evening, the half speed went out, I was saluted. But he tells me, and I put this in my paper, that he remembers at a distance, he and some other men, listening to Bilbo on a bullhorn rant rage about how to keep black people down, you see. And one thing that Bilbo said, another take was that you visited the potential voter the night before. But my dad said, he said the best way to keep and use the N-word from climbing is to cut off his claws. Best way to keep an N from climbing is to cut off his claws. And in terms of his claws, that means his opportunity to get land, education, and everything, so he cannot climb. You see, I thought that was a powerful statement from a gentleman that and dad who had could make this a reality for me, even though I was in graduate school. You see, and I think if you can get your students to go back and talk to the elders, and talk to some of their family members. Now, they very rarely do it, you know, and it's always amazing. Sometimes they come back and they do a paper, and they didn't say, oh, I didn't realize that my uncle was in the civil rights movement, and my auntie was one of the first teachers down there. So I start them with papers that's primary source driven. And I urge them, and it's mandatory kind of to dig and look within your own roots, you see. I just saw a student yesterday, a very bright student, who was a victim of the Katrina incident. And I just kept encouraging her. I said, why don't you write about your experience? She said, it is so difficult for me to go back there. But I said, well, it might be therapeutic if you do. And she did. And she wrote a beautiful paper, had pictures of the hotels the hotels and that they stayed in and how it was destroyed. And then she talked about the struggle within their families, how they had to try to live together, and how they are just sent and splintered all over the country. I'm encouraging her. I said, well, you know, this might be the beginning of a memoir that you might reflect back upon, because I remember when Katrina happened to us there in Louisiana, my institute is connected with providing educational materials to the school system there in Baker. And I remember being in the elementary school with the principal. A young lady, her name was Hagan, who taught at Jackson, I'm digressing that again, but this principal taught in Jackson, was a white teacher in a black school, and the kid named Keys that played football. He played at Jackson State, but he went and played for the NFL. And when he got some award at the college, I don't know if he attended Jackson State, but he got an award, but he had her to come back because she was in Jackson during the civil rights movement teaching him, and he just remembered that. Now, she had a difficult time. She had to leave the state and everything. But while I was talking to her, and I didn't know about this until I read it in the paper, but while I was talking to her and presenting them some educational materials, she looked at all these students. She said, Dr. Vincent, all of these kids got stories to tell. Have you thought about that? I said, look, I got a hand. My plate is full. It runneth over. But she was right, and this young lady that is a history major was one of these individuals who experienced that, and I encourage her to go back and kind of pull that experience up, because history is all around us, and we've got to help students understand that in the museums, you see. When I came to this campus this morning, I was pointing out the COFO office that was in deteriorating condition. And I talked about that. And Masonic Temple and how the corner boys used to gather right here. And the campus didn't go nowhere near this effort, this area. Certainly with your colleges and schools down here, and your baseball field. I got lost about 20 years ago when I came to Jackson State. I came in on the wrong end. I said, I don't know where I am, you see. It is so much growth, and I'm just so proud of what the Jacksonians and Jackson State leadership has done, its faculty, staff, and students, you see. So that's one of the things that I encourage them to do, that they have a history. Now, not everything is important. You know, you got up this morning and you call your friend Jennifer, or you call Jamal or something. That's not important, but certainly your church may have been a site for activities to help individuals who were victims of Katrina, you see. And in Baker, we housed at the municipal building 300 individuals. And I went there almost daily to talk to these individuals. I mean, it was therapeutic for me. It was therapeutic for me. In the Senate, in the council chamber where we meet, they had pallets all over there. And I saw families on floors, and some of you may have also witnessed this, a man and his wife and 5 kids in a space that would, you put 4 of these tables together. That's the amount of space they had in the municipal auditorium, you see. And it was just good to talk to them. And I remember one young lady who was there with her grandmother. She was pregnant. And we was in line, and the fire department chief and all of us in the Baker area was doing things to assist any way we could. And we tried to provide food one day. The chief, fire chief was there, and I was there trying to help. I said, what can I do? He said, just talk to the people. And I was talking to this lady, and she said, I said, what are you going to name the baby? And the mother leaned over and said, we won't name it Katrina. And then when the baby came, I went back and told my wife about it. And I was so passionate. And so she said, you just reached out and touched these people, and you're just talking about them. Said, why don't you think she'll come and stay with us while the baby gets of a certain age? So I went back, and she did not want to leave those people. And the baby's name was something, I think, named Danielle, and our fire chief was named Danny. So I think she put some of the child's name in the fire chief, some of the fire chief's name in the baby's name. But she did not want to leave those individuals, and it was just kind of interesting as that hurricane came, and I watched it day by day and have just a ton of VHSs on everything that came on television about it. And I just remember those people going into the Superdome and into the Memorial Center. And they had that on there, and there was a lady there going into that center, and when they started separating them, and they was trying to reconnect with their family, my mind fell back to the slave experience. And what happened to those individuals in New Orleans is a travesty before God and man. The way we really it was so big until nationally, we didn't do all that we could. And I know it's when you have that kind of catastrophe, you don't know where to start because it's unprecedented, you see. To see those National Guards leave and leave those people there. I used to see them in the things leaving, going. I said, why are they leaving? And so it was very touching to see all of that mismanagement and injustices. And then when one of Southern's general came, Russell Honore, he's a Southern graduate. We graduated about 10 generals from Southern. We got one from the Marines, General Crenshaw. But we've got in all, unprecedented. We graduated about 10 generals, and Russell Honore is one of them. And when he got there, he kind of settled things down. He's still very active in the Baton Rouge area, in the state government, trying to get the state to look out for our water and air. And I see him running to him all the time. He came to a program in Baker, and I couldn't be there, so I got there early, and he was sitting outside, and it was about 7 o'clock in the morning. And you see a general smoking a cigar at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's a general, you see what I'm saying? It was a short little cigar, and he put it down, you know. And he reminisced about his days at Southern, and it was very good to see him get involved. He's written a number of books on leadership, and his brother still lives in the neighboring city, and he lives just south of Baton Rouge and Gonzales, and he's very much involved even to this day. But he kind of settled things down, got it moving, did what needed to be done, and my youngest son, once again, he watched the Eyes on the Prize with me when he was a little bitty child, fairly young child. And I said, son, what do those people want? He said, they want their freedom, Dad. I was so proud of that. I said, boy, that's good. And then he tells me, he said, Dad, you know those Eyes on the Prize tapes? That's black and white with the dogs and Billy Club and Bull Connors and George Wallace, all of that mayhem and Emmett Till. He said, Dad, this generation may not be able to identify with that. So what you show them is the aftermath of Katrina in color. And that will say to them, this is what will happen to you in America if you don't get a good education. You see? And I said, son, that's pretty perceptive there. Because that little kid was on television, we need help down here. He became a little hero, had him all over in Hollywood. And it really was a very heart-rending. And, you know, Baton Rouge population almost doubled as a result of that. In Baker, they had a Renaissance village, and there was little housing, and I know throughout Mississippi as well, all in the Baker, Baton Rouge area. And I used to go there, and I had a chance to go inside of some of those little mobile homes. And then I was at the hearings when they talked about they had formaldehyde. The government can't say, no, they don't have formaldehyde. You know, sure enough, a few years later, they had formaldehyde, fellows. You know, all these reports and things like that. People be trying to avoid blame. But it was very similar. Their cry for assistance, their cry for help, just reminded me of the cry to not to have the families torn apart during slavery, and the cry to gain some kind of assistance and help in all of that effort. And they were sent, as you well know, throughout this country. Many of you might know individuals who was victims of Katrina or other catastrophes. I had an opportunity to go to Salt Lake City, Utah. There was 300 out there, and Dr. Goldberg at the University of Utah had a big conference out there. Jerry Ward was out there with me and others. And these individuals still had this longing to get back to New Orleans. And for a long time after Katrina, they would go there and just be under the overpay. Just tons of them. Some of you are familiar with that, huh? And it was just a great travesty of how we handled that. And when I saw that, I thought about how these slaves must have flocked from the plantations back to the cities and created such a problem, looking for some assistance, not afraid to work, but just not having opportunities to do the things that they wanted to do. So they embraced education. They held it as a priority, you see. Planners, as I've indicated, were critical and reduced wages of sharecroppers. Enticement laws passed by 10 states between 1865 and 1867, vagrancy laws, convict lease system, all of this cut into what the newly freed slaves were trying to do. The planters' opposition was great, according to Anderson. Even the poor whites' education, you know, they received no education. And Eugene Genovese talks about, in some of his research, about how slavery retarded the South generally across the board, you see. And that's why our states in the Deep South are always at the bottom of every bad index, everything. East Baton Rouge Parish has the highest lung cancer rate in the country. From Allison, which is right north of Baton Rouge, all the way down the Mississippi River, all the way down to Norco, through St. James, St. John, Iberville Parish, just go from just north of Baton Rouge to just outside of New Orleans. We call it what? Cancer Alley. And it's where former plantations existed and where a large black population that was always near the river because of the alluvial soil, the fact that you had the transportation. And it's just so sad that we have to make a choice between jobs and progress. And some of you are probably making calls like that in your own hometown. Or you have relatives that's tied up into that. You see, you need the job, but the job is polluting the water and the air. And when the EPA people are not around, you drive through Baton Rouge, you might have stuff falling on your car. And there's these plumes of smoke coming out of these big stacks, you know. And you want to put your hand on your mouth, wear a mask, you know. You don't know what you're breathing. And those who works in those plants, I have a church member who's dealing with emphysema as a result of that, you know. And many other ills. I know in the cold areas of the Kentucky region, I was there recently and reading the paper about we need the coal, or we need to have the jobs and the conveniences, but we pay an awesome price sometimes for progress. And you all will help figure out the answers to this, you see. So the blacks, ex-slaves, ex-soldiers wanted education. Yes?
Black, run business. When we think of fishermen, there's an image of that. But there in Louisiana, because of the BP oil spill, it ended up basically, it's crippling them economically.
Yes. Yes.
So, just put that out.
That's good, that's good. Grand Isle, I know the mayor there too, Grand Isle, and I always tease him because when President Obama came, he was his escort. In fact, he said the president wanted to meet with the politicians behind closed doors. He said, no, Mr. President, let's go out and meet with the people. Got the president out there in long sleeves, rolled up on eating some crawfish and eating some seafood to say, it's okay, we're kind of doing that, you see. He talks about how gracious the president was to him. I'm always talking about President Obama. Basically because Dr. McLemore and I and others will say in our lifetime. That's all I can say. In our lifetime, we have seen this country move in that direction forward, but in other directions, you know, in some of our schools, if you went in there smiling after the election, you know, you was in the corner on your knees like on rocks or something, you know, because there's still a lot of growth that's needed in America and throughout the world, you see, on all of our parts. I'm the least in the building, let me say that. So, yes, yes, ma'am.
This is really a comment, but what I'm beginning to see historically as it relates to our history in the United States is that it all resorts back, and I'm being very simplistic, but it all resorts back to our not choosing good over evil. Because let me just say that if I were a white female or a white male at the beginning of our landing on Plymouth Rock, or however we got here, if we had just chosen to not choose personal gain and personal wealth over humanity or humaneness, we would not even be talking about this. And you know, as you even took me, and this is what brought about, took us to the place where the planters resisted black education. It was all for the purpose of wealth, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Just
Yeah,
wanted to-
you're right. And the Bible says that love of money is the root of all evils. Not money, but the love of money. And too often we do that. We place profit above humanity. In fact, I conclude in black legislators that the white Louisianians refuse to accept the Christian brotherhood of mankind. And you're right. We're a Christian nation. We've been very blessed. But we are as diametrically opposed as to what Christ was doing as day and night is. Here's, Son of God, my pastor teaches in my Sunday school, doesn't have a house to stay in. Foxes have a house to stay in. Birds have nests. And the Son of Man doesn't have a place to lay his head. And we reach for all the gusto we can in this society. And that's what we teach our kids, that's what we teach ourselves, you see. So it's very difficult for us to not be selfish. My Sunday school teacher, who is also one of the professors in the law school at Southern, last name is just brilliant professor and teacher. So I'm quiet in the Sunday school class because my wife is a lot more vocal than I am. She's spent a lot of time reading, and I be listening to mine as I bite. But my pastor says that we come here selfish. You know that? Any of you know that a baby, if you had a baby in this room with you right now, and this baby wanted to poo-poo or cry, they don't care where you are. They're very selfish. They are. And that's why, Psalms and the Ecclesiastes talks about Proverbs. You got to drive that out of them. You see? But we come here unless we are really taught. We continue that as grown-ups. You see? We get it all totally wrong. And like I said early on, I'm the least in here now. Let me say that now. But you're exactly right. We tend to not to place humanity over profits and self-gratification and self-enrichment. The devil is kind of the prince of this world, so we watch him more than we keep our eyes on other things. So it's a growth process, See, that's deaconess over there. She'll be in white on Sunday, huh? You'll be sitting with the deaconess on Sunday. But you really touch upon a very important point. Profit over humanity is so often what we choose to do. And when you think about it, I know you got an excellent description of the middle passage where you have this, Susan Taylor say, a railroad track of bones at the bottom of the ocean. And all of that inhumanity that existed. And you have a number of individuals and groups whose hands are bloody now, with the blood of that very terrible system. And I often ask my students, and I give them documents sometimes. If you try this, I know you probably do, and you're going to tell me some new techniques that you use. I give my students sometimes a slave document, a slave auction document, you see, and have them to analyze it. And it talks about Henrietta and the child, and she could speak several languages, and she had skills doing this, and was a good nurse. One of my students said, how could this slave be a nurse? And it just caused them to start thinking, you see, about what it was like. And this man was selling all of his slaves, going away to Europe on Exchange Street in New Orleans. One kid said, I go by that little street every day. I work right down that street, And then they talk about Frank being a habitual drunk, you see. Jim having great skills in working with animals and things, you see. So I like to use that at times to have students critically analyze this document. And they really pull a lot out of that. They pull a lot out of that, And I know with the civil rights movement, you could look at so many documents and books, and students are very creative, and they can do it in various ways, too. One student looked at that document and kind of tried to do a little play out of it. I said, I'm not restricting your creativity. You do it any way you can that will help you develop your talent that God has given you. We all have been given various talents, you see. So that's why I like to use primary source documents sometimes, or during Reconstruction. I'll look at a speech of a Robert Brown Elliott who combated Alexander Stephens on the floor of Congress about the Civil Rights Act, and just let him look at his words and juxtaposition it against Dr. King. I Have a Dream speech. He talks about a promissory note, you see, all these metaphors. King was good at utilizing and stuff. And it can pull out sometimes, since our students are very visual. They're very visual. And they want it short and quick. And you're probably surprised, well, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation of it. Because we learn at different rates, in different formats, and differently, I know my wife and I go to a church, and the pastor has a hoop. You see, and some pastors say, no hoop, no church. And my pastor doesn't have a hoop. So he'll tell you, say, all right, now, this is my hoop now. But I tell her, I said, well, I can learn and gain from whatever method is utilized, Dr. McLemore's teaching, Deardoff's teaching is different. Jeffrey's teaching is different. Vincent's teaching is different. Dr. Washington. So you learn and just put yourself in a position to accept differences of teaching styles. And remember, there are students that have different learning styles, you see. So when you go back and share all this information with them, and you see, as I told Leslie, I got a pen and a whole tablet up here. When you say something, I'm writing it down. I told you, you're going to get me straight out the office. We have to be open to that when we deal with our students. Plan of opposition. tremendous when it came to black education. And this kind of continued throughout the South. Eugene Genovese and John Blassingame and Kenneth Stamp and all these authors who wrote, and Dr. Washington who wrote about slaves. That tradition of opposition started early on and continued straight through and continues to this day. I have some issues, and some of you might be organizers or teachers in charter schools. I have yet to be convinced, and help me if you have the answer, that charter schools really are doing any better in some areas, in most areas I've looked at, certainly in Louisiana, than the public schools. And so I just don't know where that movement is going. But we all know that education levels the playing field. It gives you the best chance to do well in life. And you may not do in life what you say you'll train yourself to do. It may be in another direction. But because you have the education, the skills, you still can survive and thrive, you see. And that's why I wish I'd had a historian out of some of my kids, my 3 gifts from God. But I'm working on these grandkids. They're not going to have as much freedom. Because all these 40 years of Journal of Southern History and Journals of American History and Journal of Negro History, my kids are going to throw them in the trash can because the library having the rooms on the shelf. You're going to all of this technology and JSTOR and stuff, but I still like the hardback copy of the book. So I'm still working. I'm still in there. I've told my oldest grandson, after he marries Barack and Michelle's oldest daughter, he can do history as well. Okay. I've claimed her, so you all look somewhere else for wives for children. But the opposition was tremendous. The impact of Freedman's educational movement forced whites to confront the issue of universal education. You see, the impact of the Freedman's educational movement, forced whites was confronted by the issue of universal education. Secondly, the populist movement of the 1890s and 1880s demand for free schooling was indebted to the ex-slaves educational movement of the 1860s, you see. So that institution of free public education was something that the ex-slaves and then the black elected officials, along with liberal-minded and forward and progressive thinking white allies, were able to put on our mind, and we are all beneficiaries of it, you see. Now there were some whites who was for limited education and for industrial education, you see. And you know this big debate, Washington and Du Bois, and we're getting way ahead of ourselves now, but about what kind of education, you see. And there's still that debate. And the jury's still out. Because I know when I attended Utica Junior College, when I left high school, there was 120 of us who graduated. And I went to Utica Junior College basically because my brother, who was smarter than I was, just older than I was, went there and told me about all these fascinating students from Jackson and from, they would have gone to Rush College from up there in Roosevelt, up in Vicksburg. He really came back and told me about them. All the pretty young former majorettes from Crystal Springs, you see. And all of this new kind of urban, different group of students that was at this junior college. So I went there to see and witness and bear witness to those students and fell in love with education. Fell in love with education. And, you know, you just know, you don't know if you just put yourself in a position, network, share, travel, broaden your horizon, what may lie in store for you and your family and your students. See, I was just terribly impressed when I saw all of your resumes. I'm intimidated by that. But since I have the mic, you see, you have to listen to me. But I really am. So I know there's just a camaraderie here that's going on that was just like what we experienced in Cambridge in '97 and what I experienced at Hopkins in 2011. It's just wonderful. All these universities, it started from this end going right around. I said, oh my God, what can I tell that person? What can I tell Dr. Washington still here? And my colleagues are still here. I'm just blessed. So the curriculum was similar to northern schools, and some of the last points I mentioned, especially as they pushed for black, as pushed by black leaders and educators. The conservative missionary societies published a book entitled Freedom Speller, the Freedman Spelling, and also the Lincoln Primer, the first and second and third Freedman's Reader, designed to inculcate blacks' values of economic and social subordination, you see. So the kind of education, and James Anderson is very good in talking about that, and others, of what kind of education did whites want blacks to have. And this is why blacks were so persistent, pushed so hard to have their own schools, you see, and control their own schools, and build their own schools, and do chicken fries and dinners on the ground and dinners to provide for these schools, you see. And really, the philanthropic effort of the 20th century, the 19th century, you know, some of their efforts was in a different direction. But blacks strongly felt that if they had their own schools, provided their own resources for these schools, they would have a lot more independence in these schools, you see. In these books, and I would encourage you, if you have some copies of older books, especially your advanced students, let them read a more recent account of events. Let them read Dick and Jane, you see. And let them read those books where you didn't have no black imagery at all, you see. Let them read the books where, I was looking at a Civil War book the other day. It was published back in the 40s, I think. It didn't even mention black soldiers. Had no comment on black soldiers, you see. So these publications, the Lincoln Primer, the first and second and third Freedman's Readers, and all these books portray insubordinate and subservient roles for blacks, you see. They portrayed subservient and subordinate roles for blacks. Even the American Missionary Association had a decline in the number of schools it supported, you see. Illiteracy rate declined from 95% in 1860 to 70% in 1880 to 30% in 1910. So this effort for an education to build that institution started with slavery, through the Civil War, into the turn of the century, continued and had an impact. Special instruction began to develop for blacks like at Hampton, Norman, an agricultural institute in Hampton. And when you look at some of the pictures from these early schools that were basically established at the end of the Civil War, you know, I often tell my students that when you look at many HBCUs, you certainly have the one up north in, I think, Pennsylvania, but in the South, you know, you have Hampton, 1868, Southern University, chartered 1879, authorized in 1879 and chartered in 1880. Virginia State, what became Virginia State, 1881. Tuskegee, 1881, you see. And just go right on down the line. So between the end of the Civil War and the turn of the century, most of our HBCUs had been planted or was starting to gain fruition. Okay? And it was so sad when I read the Baton Rouge newspaper about 20 years ago when one of the schools in Texas was closed, and I can't think of which one it is. And I understand that St. Paul might be in trouble, or St. Augustine is closed, you see. And the article started by saying the school in Texas, started by ex-slaves, has closed its doors. And I'm familiar with Leland College that started in New Orleans during Reconstruction, moved to Alexandria, Virginia for a short while, then moved to Baker, Louisiana. Leland College, the school that educated the legendary coach Eddie Robinson and educated my former pastor and had a tremendous reputation, closes in 1960. And, you know, it's a Baptist school, funded school. And I just almost become very, very disturbed when I see, with all the visibility, all the wealth that exists, we are closing schools and opening more prisons. You know, someone has said you could put the barbed wire fence around the whole state of Texas. They got so many prisons and stuff almost. Nobody from Texas. Somebody from Texas. So we as a society, back to what you were saying, we're going to have to see the value. And this is what the civil rights movement, I think, one of the many things it did. It not only caused a large awakening of the conscience of this society and to share and show the potential of a large segment of the society, but it also rekindled the spirit within us about how we treat our fellow human beings. And, you know, coming on the heels of the civil rights movement is the ERA and many current movements taking their pattern from this effort that you all are discussing throughout this month, you see. And I know as you travel to some of these sites, and I just wish I could be with you. I think you're going to go to Medgar Evers' home. You've been there, yeah. And I have a special kinship with Medgar Evers, not only because he was field secretary when I was much younger, but Mr. Evers was shot dead on June 12th, 1963, and my mom died on June 13th, 1963. And she had been sick, but I remember she got up that morning and she heard the news and it just didn't help her illness. She said, they have killed that man. And she was always very conscious of race relations, you see. If someone would come to the house, I used to come on the porch and the white insurance man would step on her and call her and say, Auntie, how you doing, Auntie? And she'd stop and say, now just tell me which one of your mother's sister am I? You see, now, Dad couldn't have said nothing like that. You see, yeah. It's great that you go there, and that tremendous price he paid along with many others. So that week in my life was just one of just being a downer. And you know, in August of that year, we had the death of W.B. Du Bois during the March on Washington. And then too, they did not mention this in 2008 when the Democratic Convention was being held. They never mentioned that was the same week that Du Bois died. I was waiting for one of the MSNBC, Eugene Robinson or someone to pull that up, but no one never did. But I remember when Walter Cronkite brought that news, I was ending my freshman year at Utica and getting ready to go back for the fall semester. So all of what you're studying and homes that you're visiting and sites, as I drove in, I was on Pearl Street, and I remember when Pearl Street was booming, and I met the relative of the person who family owned the Sumner Hotel. In fact, I got her card. I said, "Oh, you got to be kidding." And so this whole area has a lot, the whole state and the South, of memories that I know that you're going to relive and rekindle and certainly share and revel in throughout this month. And I just idolize you for having these great leaders and persons in the back as your leaders as you go on this journey. So
maybe we could, you don't mind, give the great leaders a lunch break now?
yes, yes. In fact, I was supposed to stop 10 minutes ago. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hollis is here.
I thought that was.
Is Hollis here? Oh, okay, good. Oh, okay.
It is clear to me that education is a worthwhile commodity, period. Black, white, whoever, right?
Yes, right.
So what I'm wondering is why at some point in history, long before now, no one ever defined what universal public education really meant. Because we all think we know the answer.
Okay.
But I'm looking at, and a couple of my colleagues and I have had this discussion also, that now when you talk about public education, it ain't free. And we're paying a real high price for it. And people think that it's still freer, and it is freer than private institutions. But it would have been nice, I think, if at some point in prior history, we had actually defined universal public education.
Yeah, you're right. Let me say that. So in my estimation, universal public education is saying that we believe every human being, especially our youth, have a right to be educated at the public expense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, go ahead.
Yeah. Those individuals who was proposing that felt that it was something that they not only had a right to, but as leaders, we should be providing ways for them to have access to it through whatever means was necessary, through the tax dollars, through providing land, which was something that, you know, the Northwest Ordinance did, that 16th section stuff, Jefferson 16th section effort of Thomas Jefferson. And that it would create a better society. Some of these black legislators in Louisiana said that we want the children to be educated, educated together so they'll grow up to respect one another and defend the flag. So that's kind of my take on that interesting term. You're right, universal public education. What did you all come up with?
Well, we didn't come to a conclusion.
Okay.
Except that we still felt that it was a bit segregationist or discriminatory in some sense, because we're still dealing with the same issue, that if you don't have the proper resources to afford education, then whether it is considered public or private, it is not available. And not only that, just last night I even saw President Obama signing his executive order about students who are now attending school and coming out with such huge debt, et cetera, et cetera. So it brought up this idea for me when we were talking about the Constitutional Convention in Louisiana and how they came up with this as just the first priority, shall I say. And how we still are not there per se.
Yes.
I shared with another person that I remember in Modesto, California, Modesto Junior College, back in the 70s, 80s, charged $2. That's all you would pay. But now it's far from that. And even people here in Mississippi who think that a junior college education is cheap, and while it's cheaper, it is still not cheap for a lot of people.
Say that, and I'm glad you brought up tax dollars, right? So my parents paid much higher taxes than I did.
Okay.
And we had less stuff. Our closets had fewer clothes in them, less shoes. We went on vacation. We spent a lot less money. We had less gadgets. But I went to school for free. My community college in California was free. And I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree for $1,760 out the door. 4-year degree for $1,760. Because that generation paid much higher taxes than I did. And so my generation, when we're in charge, we shut the door. We're afraid to talk about raising taxes. We'll raise taxes on the top 20 hedge fund managers had an average income last year of $400 million. Average, top 20 hedge fund managers.
Jeff, one of the things I think that happens here in Mississippi, though, is that our same tax dollars pays $30,000 a year to house a prisoner for 1 year, and we will invest only $4,836 for the average high school student. And to me, that just seems...
But that's because we can privatize the prisons and someone else can get rich off of it.
And trying to privatize the public schools. But I guess what I'm saying is that we should be talking about the limited amount of money that we have that's being badly spent, whether it's going to prisons or schools. But we should also talk about generating more money, because even if you took all the money out of the prisons and gave it to schools, it still wouldn't be enough. And we've got students that there's churn, they're moving around, they can't go to the doctor, they don't have access to health care, they're missing school because they're toothache, or they can't go to the doctor. And so I think that I'm glad you brought up the idea of tax revenue, because we want all these things, but we don't want anything public. We were talking walking to class today about how these community colleges are taking the word community and just calling themselves colleges. Because we want to take anything that smacks of community, anything that we talk about smacks of the collective, of the common good, of taking care of our brothers and sisters. We want all that out to just talk about me.
Yeah.
And I'm tired of it. Yeah. And I think we should pass it, at least at the rates they paid, under Ronald Reagan, in his first term.
That's right.
Which is 50% under Ronald Reagan in his first term.
Yeah.
For rich people, yeah. I think even middle class folks, my parents were rich and they paid much higher taxes than I did. Much higher taxes.
Jeff for president.
What's the name of the
party? Yeah, but you're exactly right. It's amazing. And in Louisiana, they didn't even want to put tax on luxury items like tobacco and liquor. See, the governor didn't sign it, it kind of became law by default almost. You see? It's just crazy, this pushback against taxes. And I see that, I don't want to comment too much on current kind of thing, but you see this, this anti-big government, how you have these kind of Looney Tunes running around like this recent incident that you know, the man is on federal property and gonna fight back when you find him. Instead of trying to cut a, instead of trying to get behind and cut a deal with the government, you're gonna call out all these interested individuals to object to that, you know, and go through land that they're trying to shut down, and your motorbikes and things. That's really, it's gonna cause us to be poor as a society when you have these kinds of just don't tread on me in the tea party. The tea, what does the tea stand for? The tea party stand for what?
Tax enough already.
That's right. Yeah, that's what that stands for. Yeah, I agree. And yeah, we have to rethink how we can help the least of these. You see, it's like what we said this morning about being a Christian. You know, we have to walk the walk and talk the talk, and increase in that certainly can benefit so many individuals. You know, promote the general welfare, exactly. Okay. Yes.
I want to throw in a comment
Yes.
here, which picks up on a point that you made this morning, and we kind of hit it on here. It's about charter schools. And I'm speaking as a person who helped to start a charter school and work there. And some people have asked my, not here in other settings, asked my opinion about charter schools. And my response is, I'm not an advocate for charter schools. I'm an advocate for quality education.
Okay.
And I know in the state of Louisiana, well, especially in New Orleans, and then in Gwinnett County in Georgia, they basically kind of gone to an all-charter school model, which is completely problematic, because what you're also now doing is saying schools are going to be autonomous. They're going to be responsible for pretty much most of their own funding, and now we can actually kind of take some funds away in a sense, so that we don't have to fund education at the levels that we funded in the past, which, you know, as Jeff's pointed out, Joyce, hasn't been enough anyway. Right. And I'm from Chicago, and I shared this the other night where they closed 53 schools in the fall.
Wow.
And then 3 months ago proposed to open a $60 million new school, selective enrollment. So you close the public schools, you open one singular selective enrollment school, we're going to have education for the few and no opportunity for the many. And so I just wanted to just throw that in, because I know you had mentioned charter schools. And I don't believe that charter schools are the answer at all. I do believe that we ought to try some alternate models, but it should not come at the expense of quality education for all students.
That's right. Okay, that's good. That's good. And you all have some tough choices to make when you're raising your families and your communities as leaders. And you have to step to the front and get your ideas heard, some feedback, and certainly get your ideas out there. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on the conversation about charter schools, but in a different way. I'm in Minnesota, and the charter schools there has really taken on the responsibility, much like the people who organized the first public schools did, where people of color especially have stepped up and said that the public school is not doing a good job of educating our kids. The history, the self-identity that they need to learn is not a part of what's being offered in the public school systems in Minnesota, especially for African American kids. And the charter schools can step in and say, these are the things that need to be in the curriculum, and teach them. And they do a really good job, and the kids that go to those schools graduate at much higher rates than the ones that are just in the public schools. So I think there are lessons to be learned here about that, taking responsibility for the education of our children.
I have to piggyback, because I was a former elected school board director in Pennsylvania, and I am very eerie. I get very concerned when I hear conversation that says that curriculum charter school that had Afrocentric teachings. And while for some that was great, for me it was problematic, because in essence, would I basically be alarmed if we just talked about the taxed enough already group, and you're talking about the selective group of this selective high school, if a group of Tea Party folks would decide that they want to have a school that focused on heritage. We talked about the Confederate flag earlier, heritage curriculum. I mean, we have to be very careful when you're talking about these, you know, emergence of these charter schools. What is their emphasis? What's the emphasis in the curriculum? Because if it's something that we don't like, then there's going to be problematic. It's going to be very problematic as opposed to something that the community likes. So, but our charter school that was ethnic-based, it was closed down this past year because the test scores were so horrible. The kids had great identity. It's just that they couldn't pass standardized exams. And in a city like Philadelphia,
Standardized exams are a problem.
yeah, but in the areas like Philadelphia, for example, in Philadelphia, which is the fifth major, was the fifth major city in the United States, the public school system now in Philadelphia, the high schools, there are more charter schools than high schools, and the system has failed. And so now, what is the answer besides the privatization of education and the growth of corporate that actually allow those things to happen? And again, we can go on to go have a series of conversations, but I am very eerie when I hear people talk about charter schools that's geared towards a certain demographic. I always say I'm trying to get away from that because that's what I grew up in. I grew up hearing that the Civil War was the war of Northern aggression, and it wasn't until I got to Tougaloo College at my ending years with Dr. William Woods, who was actually trained under James McPherson. I was taught that, you know, the Underground Railroad was a criminal enterprise that denied people their property. And it was not until I got to Tougaloo, trained by a professional, trained by a person who was trained by someone who basically gave me a counter narrative. But even in my head, when I immediately think of slavery, I immediately think of somebody's right to own property. Because that was the first narrative that I encountered. So we have to be very careful about what narratives people learn initially, because in the back of their head, you're always teaching. Yesterday the big word was counter. You always have a counter narrative. And still, when I teach the American Civil War, I have to try to be very balanced, that I'm not teaching it from the Southern perspective, because that's the way I learned that the Northerners were the people who were not sticking to the Constitution, that the Southerners were the real Americans, and that they were just basically wanting to have their right to own property, which is an essential value based on John Locke and the Declaration of Independence. And if you look at the Declaration of Independence and Constitution, everything is based in property, and so there's where we should stay there, because that's the concept and the underscoring of liberty.
I think it's really important to not say it's all or nothing. I think we need to look at education scholars like Paulo Freire and John Dewey and Deborah Myers right now, who really argues that those big schools work for maybe 10% of the kids, and so we need to think about how we re-envision what education means and how we restructure education. And it's not all or nothing, and it's not these schools work and these schools don't. And so it's really important that we have a system that was put into place how many years ago, and we're still using that same system, and we need to rethink that system in really radical ways, and we're not doing that. And so I think, and so what we're doing, Philadelphia is getting rid of their public school system, and they're privatizing everything. That's problematic, right? So there's a long history in school, and a long history of schooling that we don't rethink and we don't challenge. And it's important to think about, and I don't think we can say the charter schools don't work and only public education works, or public education, you know, doesn't work and the charter schools don't work, because we have to think about different kids need different things.
What's happening?
Right? No, I was just going to say, and it's not like if we make it fair, that means everybody gets a size 6 shoe, and some people need more than a size 6 shoe, right? Like we can't make schooling fair because some people, we don't all come into it at the same level, right? Like fair is not the way to do it. Some people need more than other people, and we need to accept. You know, if we just say like your taxes are going to pay for it, and it's fine, like It's unfair to begin with. So how do you make it, you can't make it fair.
Well, I think we've thrown the baby out with the bathwater. We went through all of this stuff in the progressive era to learn that it was necessary, and began earlier than the progressive era with like the stuff we're reading today, how free public education wasn't just for some people. It was actually better for everyone and made the whole country better. My mom was a product of New York City schools and got to go to college because of public education, lived at home, in a room with her brother until she got married, basically, but got a great education and got out of poverty because of that. And what we've done is we've said, well, we don't like the one-size-fits-all approach of public schools, so therefore, free public education is the problem. Well, there are separate issues. Yes, we need to change how we teach, because there are a much wider variety of abilities and learning styles. We used to just chuck people out who couldn't hack it. So fewer people got the full public education because we said, you're not cut out for it. Now we try and reach everyone, but that does require keeping the free public education part and investing in it, but really changing how we do it.
It's quite amazing how Reconstruction can get us into discussing charter schools. I'm sure there must be a direct connection. I want to give, and I think we ought to give Professor Vincent a little more time to go ahead and...
To muddy the water, I'm sure not. Okay, but this is great because it is during, as you indicated, and all of you with your comments, it's during Reconstruction that this whole idea of universal, of public education, of what's the responsibility of the states to its citizens gets started. These black officials, for example, were fairly numerous when you think about the time period. You know, since there was such a break between Reconstruction and the 1960s, when you had very few, but they were never to their population strength. That is, the population of Louisiana is 51% black. You would think that 51% of the elected officials would be black. It never was more than 33% at its highest number. And that's just for 1 or 2 terms. For instance, we've looked at, look at the numbers that both Eric Foner and Steve Hahn talks about, and Darlene Clark Hine. For instance, in Mississippi, and currently this state has more black elected officials than any other state. You all superseded Louisiana about 5 to 8 years ago. But office holders during the whole Reconstruction experience, we get mixed numbers, and once again, the best source on that is Eric Foner's Freedom Lawmakers. Many of you familiar with that? Yeah. He produced a book, and that John Blassingame said to me years ago, when both Tom Hope and myself, and Tom's book is much greater than mine. He's just such a tremendous scholar. He's at Chicago now. He's picked up the MacArthur Award. But he thought that we should kind of continue to look at black elected officials. And Tom certainly went off into some other great books. And, I got back to the university and did something dealing with the university's history. But Eric Foner's book, in terms of black freedom lawmakers, gives us a count. And he does a good job of showing how many blacks had various positions during Reconstruction, you see. Stephen Hahn, in his book, A Nation Underfoot, chapter 5 that we read, says that there was over 100 blacks over 100 blacks in some states that was elected officials. For example, There was 800 in state legislatures. In terms of how that breaks down, South Carolina had 314, Mississippi 226, Louisiana 210, North Carolina 180, Alabama 167, Virginia 85, Georgia 108, Tennessee 20. In terms of office holders in these states, you see, Hahn says that there was over 800 in state legislature, 1,100 elected and appointed local officials, 80% were in rural or small town settings, you see. And they held a variety of offices. And he talks about the importance of the local officials in state governments. And that is tremendously important. I think many of you are familiar with Stephen Hahn's books, A Nation Underfoot, where he looks at blacks from slavery almost to the Great Migration. He picked up a Pulitzer Prize for that several years ago. He talks about how they were elected. Election day techniques, almost a martial fashion, just like in Louisiana. They almost marched them to the polls. They had picnics, barbecues, rallies, and all of this was utilized to become an elected official. And some of you who may have served in these positions, you know about your push card. And they didn't do it that way. You actually had a ballot that may be a particular color. Blue ticket Republican, or the red ticket the Democrat. But now you go in and just basically touch a screen, you see. And I think the president described that so very well in one of his post-election speeches when he talked about how we have moved elections and how they can be done so seamlessly, you see. You don't have to worry about sticking nothing in a box, even going in and writing anything down. They electronically handled now. But during Reconstruction, it was not like that. You was actually passed out a ballot. Now you can take in the booth ticket proposed by the what you have these organizations, Soul, or Bowl, the East Side election apparatus, So blacks had numerous techniques to be elected on election day, drums, parades. Conservative black Democrats were seen as outcasts. To blacks, the Republican Party was the ship, all else was the sea. And what a reversal from then to now. And we know that ideology changes over the years, starting with the New Deal of the 1930s and 40s, when blacks began this great transformation into the Democratic Party because of Republicans' appointees and Herbert Hoover's inability to kind of get this economy rolling. Churches were important. And then he talks about black women. Black women. And I said this morning that black women were on the cusp of making sure that their black men, their husbands, their significant others, their uncles and their grandparents voted the right way. Black women's role were especially important in the Republican Party. Husband was as a Democrat, was in trouble at home, Hans said. He said, the churches were very important in terms of getting blacks energized, getting blacks prepared, promoting black voting. And that continues even to the Civil Rights Day. And you can see that this pushback against black voting in North Carolina, they are shutting down Sunday voting, you see. And the church has been a main instrumental, main clog in the wheel to get voters to the poll, get voters to early registration, and using their vehicles to be sources of transportation. And indeed, you know, you have to be very careful now because you can lose your 501c3 status if you get involved in certain activities as churches and supporting candidates. So there's a lot of pushback. But at this point during Reconstruction, these churches, which was Bush Harbors, kinships, they were instrumental in the power of the black elected officials and in the election of blacks. During the period of Reconstruction, many efforts was attempted to try to get the black community jump-started. I think some of you are familiar with Tunis Campbell, this black man who dressed in a suit and a top hat. And Tunis Campbell's effort to set up a all-black community with their own sheriff, their own officers in, Tunis Campbell was in South Carolina, I believe, his efforts. Is that right? Some of you, Reconstruction? Sea Islands of South Carolina. And you know, he did not permit whites to come on that area. And when they arrested him, you know, the blacks marched on the town with their guns and they released him. So efforts like that was combated tooth and nail when Reconstruction began to demise. When I read about Tunis Campbell, I thought about this African Republic effort here in Mississippi. Some of you may remember that during the 60s. Republic of New Africa. And one of his leaders, you know, who was at Prairie, he just recently died. Overdale. Yeah, he was married to one of my colleagues at Southern. But that harbors back to these struggles, this oppression, these denials that existed, and blacks are reaching for all kinds of straws to try to better their condition. Robert Williams in North Carolina, picking up the gun and stuff. All the efforts of A. Philip Randolph in the 20s in his publication, The Messenger, you see. There have been many, many techniques attempted to try to improve the lives and the condition of black people. In Mississippi County, which was black majority, with black troops, and Governor Ames' efforts, you see. Panola County had black troops, union leagues led by 3 whites from Massachusetts and jurors who were black. All of these, the carpetbaggers, those who came south, the scallywags, those who united with the effort, and these are mixed bags now. When you look at these men, some of them had ill intent, some of them had altruistic intent. You can find almost any kind of interest in those sidelines. But by and large, they were trying to move these southern states forward as they saw them, you see, especially these black elected officials. In my study of black leaders in Louisiana, I found very few who were corrupt, you know, very few, minuscule, in fact, who were stealing or inappropriate taking of funding, you see. You do find examples, but not when you look at the total picture of over 100+ black elected officials, the vast majority were shrewd, forward-thinking, committed men of integrity. And in the state of Louisiana, which had a majority black population throughout Reconstruction, 51% of the population was black. Louisiana had more black executive leadership probably than any other state. That is, the state of Louisiana had 3 black men who were lieutenant governor during Reconstruction. Oscar Dunn from 68 to 71, and then he was replaced by Picnic Benton Stewart Pinchback, who was a native of Mississippi, whose father was from Holmes County, whose father was white and his mother was a slave. And then Cecil C. Antwine, who was from Shreveport. And then Louisiana was also fortunate enough to have Pierre George Deslan, who was the Secretary of State for 4 years, 1872 to 76. And then the state treasurer in Louisiana was Antoine Dubuclet. Antoine Dubuclet, D-U-B-C-L-E-T. We did something on Secretary of Treasury Antoine Dubuclet in the Journal of Negro History back in spring of '81. Dubuclet was a wealthy man. He did not participate in the Civil War. He was of French African heritage, free person of color. And he was state treasurer for 10 years in Louisiana, from 1868 to 1878. For 10 years, you had a person of color as the state treasurer. The only other state to have such an individual was Francis Cardozo in South Carolina. This state had some fairly illustrious black elected officials who, once again, attempted to move the state forward. As you know, the Speaker of the House was a 24-year-old Vidalia, Louisiana native who grew up in Natchez, John Roy Lynch, the namesake for your street outside. But Antoine Dubuclet was state treasurer for 10 years. And he was in a building in New Orleans where his son was a physician on one floor and he had his offices on another floor of the building. And even when there was pushback and the militant, metropolitan police, Klan-inspired individuals occupied the State House and took over the seat of government in Louisiana before President Ulysses S. Grant had to send in troops, they still permitted him to conduct his business as a state treasurer. When he did not choose to run at the end of Reconstruction, his political opponents went over the books. Now, you know how that goes in politics. When you leave office, even when you're in office, your political opponent's primary objective is to smear you. Throw everything at you and see what will stick. Is that the way the game is played now? Just looking everywhere for something. They went over the books and they disagreed with how he had entered the monies into the ledger, but they found not one penny missing. Not one penny in Louisiana. A banana republic in Louisiana, where Henry C. Walmart said corruption is the style. You see? State treasurer. Now, the man who replaced him was A.E. Burke from, I think, Kentucky. He stole $1.2 million went to Honduras, bought a rubber plantation, never returned, and never sent 1 penny back to the state of Louisiana. He remained a thief at large till he died in South America. So Duboclay's career is just one of the shining stars of Reconstruction, who doesn't get the play, doesn't get the credit he deserves. Du Bois in his Black Reconstruction says he served for 2 years. So Du Bois was wrong. No other scholar really kind of mentioned Antoine Duboclay. And you know, when you, and most of you know this, when you go and do research in these archives and in these courthouses, and you look through these secession papers and you sit there and read them, and when you see in these secession papers an 85-year-old black woman valued at $25, you just have to walk from the desk and go get you a drink of water, you see, because it's very depressing when you see these individuals with a price tag placed on them, men and women and children, you see, and a description of them. It's very depressing. But then on the other side of that, on the silver lining in that, you can say, I'm a descendant of people who survived slavery. That is unbelievable. Given the Middle Passage, all of the disjoining of the families, all of the horrors of not being able to claim your wife, your children, and then the efforts at the Jim Crow laws, it is, you know, you just wonder, you have to know that there's a God that put this kind of spirit in any group of people, and there are others who may have endured similar horrors, you know, and their spirit bounces back, you know. I was in Atlanta at the airport, at the Hilton once, and I talked to 2 young ladies. One was from that Hotel Rwanda situation, Hootsies and Tootsies, that all that struggle, and they were just still moving forward, having experienced all of that, and you know, all these refugees and those that come to this society, and some of you may have helped some of them at your school or your church, and they still are able to get up, because it's not in the being knocked down that should be the final count. It's the fact that you can rise and get up. As Maya Angelou said, still we rise. That is just something that's almost unbelievable. Han talks about, and you have it there in front of you, he talks about the Mississippi counties. 26 of the 74 Mississippi counties had black majorities and black troops. Panola County had black troops. Union Leagues was led by individuals. In Warren County, you had blacks that was elected to office. Just throughout the state, North Carolina was not as progressive as the Union League, and these government kind of arms, like the Freedmen's Bureau, and these Union Leagues, these Republican clubs, these benevolent societies, these benevolent efforts were all instrumental in trying to stabilize the South and the black community during Reconstruction. Yes?
Say a word about the bravery of these individuals that stood for office, what that must have been like.
It was very difficult. For example, one of the state senators in Louisiana who had criticized a prominent white family in St. Martinsville was actually cowhide in the streets and died. A race riot in Baton Rouge, the man who became the lieutenant governor, C.C. Antoine's son, was killed. When you look at these hearings, and I know that you read these Klan hearings, and we just lost, I can't think of Kennedy's first name. He talks about the violence that they had to endure. Their families were threatened. They were threatened. There were Rosewoods, if you've seen the movie Rosewoods, just throughout the South. Wilmington, North Carolina, you know, you just had tremendous violence. And the Red River area of Louisiana, Ted Turnell talks about Marshall Twitchell, who was a northerner who came there. And his brother was killed, his relatives was killed, and he was wounded and ended up going back to Massachusetts with one arm and a limp. The black politicians' lives were many times threatened. Whenever there was a takeover of the government, like occurred in Louisiana, there are still monuments to this takeover. These policemen, the Klan, Nathan B. Forrest, as you saw from the article by Coates, Nathan B. Forrest was seen by Shelby Foote, and this is why Coates says that he didn't want to study the Civil War. Nathan B. Forrest, Shelby Foote said, was what? One of the true characters of, so what?
Geniuses is the word he used.
Geniuses, yeah.
Lincoln and Forrest.
That's right.
Two geniuses who emerged from the Civil War.
That's right. And then you look at what Forrest did. He's father of the Ku Klux Klan, all of this killing at Fort Pillows. So you can see why these men had difficulties. Many of them would have to leave the South because threats to their lives, having loved ones killed. John Roy Lynch left Mississippi and ended up in Chicago before he wrote his Reminiscence of an Active Life. Many of those in Louisiana, P.B.S. Pinchback, moved to Ohio. He moved to Washington, D.C., where he died. C.C. Antoine, Lieutenant Governor, moved back to Shreveport and was often threatened and in fear of losing his life. Antoine Dubuclet moved back to Dorseyville and lived a life of just not raising your head to even talk about what you had been able to achieve in the state. In the Klan hearings, the Rifle Club, the White Camellias, the White League, all of these terrorist organizations did everything they could to push back. In the Red River of Louisiana, up in the northwest Louisiana, which is part of that area of Louisiana that was never conquered by the Union forces, you see. Even in Shreveport now, you remember when Dr. King supposedly had a choice, his team huddled and they talked to the black ministers from Shreveport, and they looked into talked to the black ministers in Birmingham. They had to make a choice of where they were going to take the movement next. The black ministers in Shreveport reportedly told them, said, you'll have a better chance of cracking this system and moving forward if you go to Birmingham. You see. So I tell my students sometimes, you're in Shreveport, you don't know if the South actually won the war, the North won the war, you see. So these hard over areas, it was very difficult to survive. And many of these legislators served local officials, sheriffs, at the expense of losing their lives, you see. We was just talking at lunch about Mr. Roosevelt Steptoe, who was, I think his name was Roosevelt. He was EDW.
Father Roosevelt.
Roosevelt, that's right. Roosevelt was my chancellor, the first chancellor of the year. But EDW, Roosevelt, was just an unusual man, living down in South Mississippi, just across from Kentwood, and his friend were some of these individuals who were killed, and they were church members, and Mr. Steptoe was housing civil rights workers in his home. And his daughter, who lives in my neighborhood, just reminisced when we was talking about some of these people she got to know in the movement and how touched she was by their bravery and the bravery of her fathers and many of her neighbors, because it was truly, absolutely wicked in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s and the 30s. So you can imagine doing Reconstruction to be an elected official. Your life was taken in your hand. You had to be unusually brave, you see. The local law enforcement officials and sometimes the local Klansmen were all the same, all in one, you see. And these organizations like the Union League was active in Edgefield, South Carolina, black and white teachers pushing for equal pay. The Union League, importance in North Carolina, in Mississippi, and other areas. 1/3 of the black farmers were owners of land, you see. So blacks continue to move forward and progress under these very difficult situations. Rural blacks rarely saw gains, according to Hans. Black legislators tried to make the old South change difficult. Mississippi black leaders, although there was a fairly large number of them, had a very rough time at conducting the businesses they was elected to. And then too, not only did you have this threat, but to even become an elected official, you had to post a bond. You see. Hans mentioned the fact that in some positions, one sheriff had to post a $75,000 bond, you know. Not bonds go, I think you post 10% of that or something, you see. Few legislators could identify with those who had not had difficulties just surviving in these rural areas. Payment, fair treatment, respect was at a low ebb in many of these rural areas. They demanded high wages and land at reasonable price, schools to be assisted. All of this had tremendous pushback by the landowners, because once the war was over, much of the land returned to the hands of those who owned it before the war. Roger Shuggs, in his book on Louisiana, talks about the fact that much of the Reconstruction period skipped over Louisiana because at the end of the day, at the end of Reconstruction, the land, by and large, remained in the hands of the planters and the slave owners. And then this is why you had such a difficult system of sharecropping and the crop lien system. And this is why, and I hope all of you have had a chance to look at the research by Edmonds entitled Slavery by Another Name, and the documentary on that. And as you know, Eric Holder's wife's relatives are some of those who was caught up in this convict lease system. And that was a system that Louisiana was probably one of the leading states to institute. And some black legislators, Mark Carlton likes to point out, may have been a crucial vote in that. But the way the convict relief system operated, this would take the prison population out of the hands of the state. This would be the privatization, which you talked about. Just like we privatized the prisons, that's what the convict relief system did. And Samuel James, S.L. James, came to Louisiana and got a contract in 1869. And James' contract said he would give the state the first 10 years, the first 5 years, $25,000. Then the next 5 years, he would increase that so much. But in the process, he would get all of the convicts and take them back to Angola. And you see, Angola has become a model of how to treat prisoners badly. And in fact, the watchtower at Angola, the paper and Baton Rouge report, is going to be transported to the new National Museum of African American History. And I think you all know Lonnie Bunch, who's over that effort. And if you get to, they are almost 2/3 of the way completed with that museum there. Right on the mall where you have the Washington Monument and the King Monument and the Lincoln Reflective Pool. There's a Museum of African American History coming. And Lonnie Bunch is the director, and he's done a great job of raising funds. It's going to be an ultra-modern building, but not only will it house the casket of Emmett Till, but it also will house the Angola prison watchtower, you see. And I just can't wait to go there and see all these artifacts that will be at that museum. Now, some of the other articles we read talks about, before we conclude Reconstruction, how James Baldwin and the celebration of the Civil War and the centennial of the Civil War took place. And I think all of you are fans of the late James Baldwin. How many of you read some of his works? Yeah, oh, that's great. The Fire Next Time. Those books and Go Tell It on the Mountain were eye-openers for me. So what about Mr. Baldwin in David Blight's book here, American Oracle, okay? Baldwin, how would you describe Baldwin? Brilliant young man, raised in Harlem, was in and out of Mississippi just like he was in and out of most of these southern states, had a chance to interview students. What do you think about that? The Civil War and Civil Rights Centennial, 1963-64, okay? And during that time, there was no interest, this article contends, on the what? On the Civil War by the civil rights proponents, you see. There was no interest at that time in Negro history, but an alternative history, you see. Now, Baldwin was very instrumental in 63, 64 at the height of his popularity. He was critical of America, seeing its history through the eyes of progress, you see. Baldwin was on the cover of Time in May of 63. He wrote for Life magazine. He was written up in Life Esquire. He was on television. He became the voice of the Negro Revolution, according to Robert Penn Warren. And Warren has a great book out entitled Who Speaks for the Negro, which is 400 plus pages, and Warren interviews about 400 black leaders, you see, and If you have not seen that book, or if you have not looked at the index of the table of contents, because I don't think it has an index, at least my paperback copy did not. He had a chance to interview Felton G. Clark, president at Southern, but he interviewed James Baldwin in Who Speaks for the Negro. And Robert Penn Warren, as you know, Pulitzer Prize winning novelist and writer, very perceptive. And for him to do a book like that at that time, we're grateful to him because it has interviews and insights that you're not going to find in many other books. So Baldwin offers what? An alternative America voice, you see. You know, and he was critical. He wanted to be loved by his family, his father, his friends, by the world at large. Jimmy Baldwin wrote about America's enduring dilemma with race and its searing effect on his own life. Born August 24, 1924 at Harlem's hospital in New York City, never knew his real father, who abandoned him and his mother, Emma Bershey Jones. Mother was from Maryland, father from the South. His stepfather was David Baldwin from New Orleans. He worked at the bottle factory. Weekend, he was a storefront preacher, and that's why how Baldwin got involved in that. And I remember reading Go Tell It on the Mountain when I was at Utica Junior College, and it was very kind of interesting novel where he talked about all these religious experiences in church, you know, and you know, you can't quite understand all of what he's saying, you see. But when you pick up the file next time, it just sticks to your bone. Violence and unstable man his father was. Stepfather, mother was a former slave who lived with the family until her death in 1933. He helped raise his 8 younger siblings. And you read this, and you can certainly help me with this discussion. His favorite books was Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. He liked Harry Beecher Stowe early on. Then he realized that Stowe's narrative about black history was off base, so he threw her under the bus in later life, as you always said. Not good. Language was a way of escape from his, for him, you see. He grew up loving history. And here's an example of obviously a gifted individual, sensitive, gifted, smaller stature individual who really got the most out of his talent. I love the point where he was in Alabama. He went to this little restaurant, bought this sandwich, and wanted to go in the front. They made him go to the back. And he saw this black man sitting there and just enjoying his sandwich. And he just thought about the indignity of all of this. And he left and threw his sandwich in the bush, didn't he? Yeah. Baldwin was very sensitive. And his teachers early on took an interest in him. At Douglas Elementary Junior High School, you know, he had such teachers as County Collins was an advisor. Then he went to DeWitt Clinton High School, where J.J. Walker went, Jimmy Walker, he was in mixed students body, met some lifelong friends there. His church experience, he talks about it in Go Tell It on the Mountain. Blight contends, David Blight at Yale, contends that he kind of became the big person he wanted to become. And then once he had all his fame and notoriety, he's sensitive, brilliant writer, it kind of devours you. You know that? Unless you're able to handle notoriety, especially when you're out of the limelight. And in the latter part of his life, he didn't have the same notoriety, and it kind of was disappointing to him. And once again, he was in and out of the country, in France, in America, in New York, in the South. He marched and interviewed Dr. King. And so he says, from the black perspective, we're not that excited about the Civil War. It's not anything that, because this whole idea of progress is not a truth within America. He moved to Greenwich Village. He lived all over the place in New York. Bisexual relationship, guilty of homosexuality. Friends included Marlon Brando, Richard Wright. Wright helped him get a grant and fellowship. Published essays on in various publications. Paranoid, especially after a friend named Worthy committed suicide. Okay? Many of his novels, Giovanni Rome, which dealt with, explored sexuality, Another Country, major work, bestseller in the United States, talks about some of the emotional difficulties he had when his friend Eugene Worthy committed suicide. Loneliness, you see. He was a perpetual kind of smoker. You always saw him with a cigarette whenever we saw him on television. He was fairly well seen on television when I was a student, and you wanted to certainly catch what he had to say. And had a little bout with going to parties and maybe staying at the bar a little bit longer at the hospitality bar. And the author, David Blight, was concerned about how he learned history. And it obviously was something that he had lived. He was a very gifted person, had read all the books in the Harlem Library, and then started on the New York Public Library. So he continued to educate himself, enrich himself, and he was very critical of America ever using the word progress when referring to America. He was critical of William Faulkner, talking about going slow in terms of civil rights, you see. This man had was one who followed the tradition of Du Bois and Frederick Douglass, you see, and probably Franklin as well. Dr. Franklin used to talk about these scholars prancing around, talking about Thomas Jefferson, and not looking at the fact that Jefferson had some frailties. Scholars, you have those who come after you, and they're going to find out all your skeletons, you see. So Baldwin, following the tradition of Du Bois and Frederick Douglass, he told William Faulkner, blacks and northerners died in the war, you see. Blacks had a centennial to recognize as well. He didn't permit Faulkner of white Southerners to own the civil rights legacy, you see. So Baldwin was very conscious of what we talked about this morning in terms of blacks as sources of the deepest, most lasting bitterness in American memories, you see. He saw the Civil War as that, and that blacks had a part in the winning of the war. He was in and out of France, back to the U.S. in 57, and between 57 and 1970 was his very public and perilous life in the U.S. At age 32, he was probably at the zenith of his popularity, power, and notoriety. That's a young age to have to consume all of that. Okay.
About 12 minutes after.
Okay. Enough said. Are there any questions about any of the things that you had to read? The articles that we gave you, the article by Blight on Ralph Ellison, Had a Dream, really kind of interesting play on what has happened in the history of America and the history of black people. And then, as you know, Reconstruction ends in 1876 with the political deal at the Wormley Hotel that C. Van Woodworth tells you about in Reunion and Reaction. The North is willing to obtain the presidency with Rutherford B. Hayes. They keep the White House, the Democrats get the State House, and the war against black people is really on because the few semblance of federal troops are withdrawn. And although blacks remain in power up until the 1900s, the last black served in 1901 in North Carolina, it's going to be another 30-some years in the North before you get one black, another 50+ years in the South before blacks return to positions of power to the level that they were during Reconstruction. And this is why we call this era of the Civil Rights Movement the second Reconstruction, because you have a proliferation of black elected officials. Any questions or comments? Yes.
I have a question. I just wanted to back you up a little bit. When
Yes.
you started talking about Stephen Hahn's book,
Yes.
you listed the number of black officials elected state by state.
Yes.
And I was trying to write really fast.
Okay.
I didn't get it down, but I was just wondering what years is that for all of Reconstruction you were listing those numbers?
Stephen Hans gives us a total number of 800. And Darlene Clark Hines in her book, and if you have, that's the one that gives us state by state office holders. And Darlene Clark Hines say that in South Carolina you had 314 black elected officials. Mississippi had 226, Louisiana 210, North Carolina 180, and these would be major black office held. Alabama 167, Georgia had 108, Virginia 85, and Tennessee 20. So I get those figures from Darlene Clark Hines' book on the African American Odyssey, and then Stephen Hans in his article there says that there were 800 in state legislatures in the South. And the best numbering of how many there were is Eric Foner's Freedom Lawmakers. And still, even at this late date and time, we still may have missed one or two, a dozen or so. It's very difficult. And one of the, and you know this from your own research, one of the difficulties that I ran into, sometimes many of these black elected officials, state officials, other than their name in the journals, and maybe there's a reference to them in a newspaper, if they just served a 2-year term, they almost vanish from the pages of history. Now, the descendants of people like Antoine Dubuclet, the free person of color libre, they have kept a better handle on their history. The Quiz, the Porches, the Rideaus, the Dubuclets, and they are all kind of interconnected there too. The Matoyas, and they whenever I go to some of their meetings, they are always telling me that I'm a descendant of Pierre George Deslon. I'm a descendant of Antoine Dubuclet, you see. But blacks who were former slaves, like Henry Demas, who served in the Louisiana Senate longer than any other black man. I'm just looking high and low to find more documents on him and to understand the documents that I'm finding on him. But many left the South, died off, were killed, or had to move about. They are lost. Now, where you can find some good documents, and I think all of you know this, if they served in the military as a soldier, they have those files, especially if they applied for a pension. They applied for a pension. And when I was doing research in the National Archives in the 70s, you would come across these packets of information that had never been opened, because you open them, you have some dust all over you. And if they were unable to claim their, or had to, if a relative was trying to get their benefits, you had a real good set of documents there, because the wife had to tell the federal officials when she married this person, where they was married, and you had to do affidavits. And you would find tremendous amount of information on the black families, the black communities, and the black churches, and just black society in general, you see. And you would hope that they, the wife may have gone through a marriage or two, so she had to really verify and certify and do all of that paperwork. And while they were in the army, you get these military files that would talk about their phenotype. Some of you have seen these kind of documents. How often they went to the medical center for medicine or for wounds. It would talk about any markings on their bodies. Just like you had, if you looked at Gwendolyn Midlow Hall's book, Africans in Colonial Louisiana. Any familiar with that? Or those DVDs that she developed. And Gwendolyn Midlow Hall, who's probably in the Gulfport area with her son, who's a physician, has found in the courthouses of Louisiana many of these records written in Old French and Old Spanish. The fellow who helped her interpret them was at Tulane. He's now at Princeton, I think. And in these records, slavery, as I know Dr. Washington told you, was a very organized system. They knew who was on that ship, where they came from, and they had physical descriptions of many of these slaves because they went to Africa looking for specific slaves, specific ethnic groups. Baker, Louisiana, where I live, has a sister city in Senegal called Joal Fordou. We are sister cities. And if you come to Baker, in the little park by the city hall, we have a fountain there dedicated to them. And when some officials from Baker went, long before I was involved in some of these things I'm involved in now, back in the 90s, they received the mayor of Baker, a gentleman named Bobby Simpson, and Mrs. West, who was an educator, and one who was the brains behind this effort, and the delegation there. Just the school turns out, and the kids turned out and gave them a tremendous reception. And they have sent delegations to Southern. In fact, we had a breakfast for them and everything, and the mayor of Joel Fordou could only speak French. He's from Senegal. And most of the blacks who came, the Africans who came to Louisiana, came from Senegal. And when Suni Bukar was in my class as a teacher there, and he came to my class and talked, and he took all of my students' names and addresses, and they established pen pals with the students at his university. and some of those students are still writing one another. So those records that Gwendolyn Midlow Hall has on her CD-ROMs, if you ever see the pictures, she has pictures of the actual cards and documents of these slaves in terms of their phenotype, how they looked physically, and description, what markings they had on them. And we have found from those records that one of our governors, Governor Mike Foster, who was governor of Louisiana from roughly 92 to 2000, who was the grandson of the Foster who shut down black voting during the Plessy versus Ferguson era. So ironic. It's really, you know, history just comes back and slaps you in the face. We found that Levi Foster, his great-great-grandfather, or great-great-great-grandfather, had purchased some of these slaves, you see, because slavery, as I learned from Robert Harms and those at Yale and at Johns Hopkins in 2011, were a well-organized business. You know, when you look at that slave trade, you know, that's how we get Lords of London, Ethnic Insurance Company has given back. You all know that, don't you? It was a profit-making. You're in the black if you're involved in the system, and it was designed to do as your colleague indicated, to make money. And we are suffering from that original sin this country committed, according to many.
Let me just stop to ask whether or not there are any other questions or comments. If not, let's give Professor Vinson a round of applause.